go through. So he'll finish in second. Coming through in third will be Harry Hitchcock from Mars, finishing just ahead of Archie Lane. Only about a canvas between the two Marist scullers. Over on the far side, we've got Leo Canzides from Gibbs. A great row through the second 500, and she's going to go through and take a silver medal. And who's going to take the bronze? We've got the Gibson Grammar sculler coming up towards the end, but it is going to be Sylvie Redwin from Canberra Grammar, making it silver and bronze for CGS. Fourth place will go to Gibson Grammar's Emily Taylor, who finished ahead of Miranda Tehill Gonzalez in fifth. Next race is underway. It's Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Single Scull. Lane 2 from Redlands, we have Imogen Bush. Lane 3 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Annie McBride. Lane 4 from Barker College, Christabel Shue. Lane 5 from Gibson Grammar, Piper Yankoviak. In lane 6 from Radford College, Sophie Schuler. And in lane 7 from Canberra Grammar, Hayley Fung. As our leading rowers are coming up now to the 250 metre mark, we've seen Redlands walk away with the first 2 race wins of the day. It does look like they might struggle to make it 3 from 3 though. Out in front, it looks to be Annie McBride from Canberra Girls Grammar who has that lead. Our first Canberra Girls Grammar rower of the weekends. And then over on the left-hand side of the course, just towards the middle, we do have Gibson Grammar's Piper Yankoviak, who is moving nicely at the moment through the final stages of the race. Barker College sitting in 3rd place, that's Christabel Shue. Canberra Grammar's Hayley Fung in 4th, and then back to Imogen Bush from Redlands, and then Radford College's Sophie Schuler. So Gibson Grammar looking good to take their first race win of the day. Piper Yankoviak, we saw her racing in a few races yesterday, and now out in the lead in the Schoolgirl Year 8 Single Scull Division 1. She's got a nice Clearwater lead over the Canberra Girls sculler Annie McBride, and then Christabel Shue from Barker College sitting in 3rd place. So they're the medalists as things stand. Our leading sculler, Piper Yankoviak, she's only got a few big strokes left to go. Coming up towards the finish line now, and very soon will be the blessed relief of that buzzer, and you can hear it go off there. So it's the first win of the day for Gippsland Grammar. 2nd place will go to Annie McBride from Canberra Girls Grammar, with 3rd going to, with a few big strokes left to go, Christabel Shue from Barker College. Just comes up towards the line now, and she'll cross in just a couple of strokes to go through and to take bronze. Just missing out, we have Hayley Fung from Canberra Grammar, so she'll finish in 4th place, ahead of Sophie Schuler from Radford College, who's just coming up towards the line now, and then Imogen Bush from Redlands, also just about 5 or 6 really big strokes through to the finish. So we'll move from the Year 8s all the way down to the 1800s. So our next race will start at 7:48 as we get ready for the divisions of the Schoolgirl Single Sculls. So we are underway in race number 4. It's the first of our 1800 metre races. It's the Schoolgirl Single Sculls, Division 3. So in lane 3 from Radford College, we have Grace Dixon. Lane 4 from Redlands, Jemima Hugman. Lane 5 from Barker College, Taylor Grayson, coached by Alexandra Wenyon, Paige Critchlow and Sarah Ellis. And in lane 6 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Mia Wiley. So as our leading scullers come up towards the 250 metre mark in the Division 3 of the Schoolgirl single scull, Division 2 is also underway and they'll be heading down past Western Park shortly. In lane 2, Meg Anderson from Barker College, she's coached by Alexandra Wenyon, Paige Critchlow and Sarah Ellis. Lane 3 from Redlands, Annabelle Huang. Lane 4 from Radford College, Kate Collier. And lane 5 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Sophie Murphy. Our leading scullers in Division 3 just starting to head past the 500 metre buoy, and our leader at the moment does look to be the Redlands sculler, Jemima Hugman, looking to make it 3 wins from 4 for the team from Redlands. So she's got a nice big lead over Grace Dixon from Radford College, Taylor Grayson from Barker College and Mia Wiley from Canberra Girls Grammar. Those minor placings well and truly up for grabs. I don't know that anyone's really dropped off the pace, but certainly it is Jemima Hugman from Redlands with that lead as she comes up now in towards the Red Boys. The wind is quite low, but it is swirling just a wee bit. So currently an easterly pushing rowers from left to right as they come up towards the finish line. But certainly nothing major to worry about. Not quite cutting glass, but it's not far off it. So Jemima Hugman now into the Red Boys. It's only 250 metres left to go. Mia Wiley from Canberra Girls Grammar has started to make her push and potentially would be able to row through Jemima Hugman. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. And then we've got the Radford sculler Grace Dixon ahead of Taylor Grayson from Barker College. So Jemima Hugman, she's led from the start. Not rating too high, but still making sure that she's got a nice steady rhythm, still able to get through. Mia Wiley from Canberra Girls Grammar looking out behind her, out to the right, seeing if there's a chance and deciding what the hey, we'll have a go at this one. But Jemima Hugman still with that nice clear water lead. It's only about 100 metres or so left to go for our leading sculler, and it does look like she's going to make it 3 wins from 4 for Redlands. Mia Wiley still sitting in second place. It's been a great back end of the race for her, still keeping that rate up, still having a look out to see if she's able to go through and pinch the win. But in a second's time, we'll have confirmation that Jemima Hugman has made it 3 wins from 4 for Redlands. Mia Wiley from Canberra Girls Grammar will finish in second place. Third place will go to the Radford sculler Grace Dixon, with Barker College's Taylor Grayson to come through in fourth. So in Division 2 of the Schoolgirl single scull, we've got Sophie Murphy from Canberra Girls Grammar with the lead early on, and it's a nice straight line across the course. So we've got Sophie Murphy leading Kate Collier from Radford College, Annabelle Huang from Redlands, and then Meg Anderson from Barker College. So that's as they're going through the 250 metres again with the single sculls, and particularly when you start getting away from the shelter of Western Park with that easterly coming across, it does mean that the last 100 metres or so can be a little bit trickier than the first part of the race. We're seeing a big push here come from Kate Collier from Radford College, and she is catching Sophie Murphy fast. So Sophie Murphy will need to just be aware of the danger over on the right-hand side. Back a few boat lengths then to Annabelle Huang from Redlands, and then Meg Anderson from Barker College in fourth place. So this is Division 2 of the Schoolgirl single scull. The next race to come down will be Division 1, and that is for our first trophy of the afternoon, the CGS Principals Cup. A reminder that presentations will be held after the regatta. We have a number of VIPs that will be joining us, and that will be down at Western Park. So looking forward to the presentations at the conclusion of this regatta, and that will include trophy presentations for any rowers that won trophies at yesterday's ACT Junior Championships. Our leading scullers into the Red Boys now, and Sophie Murphy has held on to that lead. Kate Collier from Radford, she's pushed and pushed, but she hasn't being able to make it up, get that overlap in with the Canberra Girls Grammar Sculler. It's then back a little bit of clear water to Annabelle Huang from Redlands, and then some clear water again to Meg Anderson from Barker College. So Sophie Murphy, Canberra Girls Grammar, a nice clear water lead at the moment, just upping the rate a little bit, making sure that the pressure is still there with every stroke. And with about 50 metres or so to go, it looks like we are going to have Canberra Girls Grammar first gold of the weekend, and it will go to Sophie Murphy in Division 2 of the Schoolgirl single scull, and she just comes across the line now. Confirmation of that win. Second place going to Kate Collier from Radford College, and she just crosses the line now. Third will go to Annabelle Huang from Redlands, with Barker College's Meg Anderson to finish in fourth place. So that Division 1 race for the CGS Principals Cup is underway. Lane 1 from Redlands, Alana Winder. Lane 2 from Trinity School, we've got Grace Wadland. She's coached by David Bagnall and Mal Rhymes. Lane 3 from Arana, Maya Skasilis. Scratching in Lane 4. Lane 5 from Barker College, Lucy Watkins, coached by Alexandra Wenyon, Sarah Ellis and Paige Critchlow. Lane 6 from Darramarlin, Ronya Stacker-Ashby. And then Lane 7 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Isabel King. So one thing that is unique about the ACT Head of the Lake compared to the normal ACT regattas is that everyone rows as their school. So you will see Arana School, who have a number of entries in today. We've got Trinity College that is in Lane 2 with Grace Wadland. Grace normally rows for Capital Lakes, but for the ACT Head of the Lake, it is very much a schools regatta, so our crew's rowing as their schools. It does look to be Grace Wadland from Trinity who has the lead at the moment. They've just gone through the 500 metre buoy, they've just gone past that. Also pushing hard is Isabel King from Canberra Girls Grammar over on the far side of the course, and then we go back a little bit to Alana Winter from Redlands, and then Maya Skasilis from Arana, Lucy Watkins from Barker College, and Ronya Stacker-Ashby from Darramarlin. So leading scullers now into the red buoys, and it does look like Isabel King from Canberra Girls Grammar has taken the lead into the last 250 metres. Is she going to walk away with the first trophy on display for the 2025 ACT Head of the Lake? She's really opened up that lead over Grace Wadland, who looks like she might just be fading a little bit over this last 250 metres. Alana Winter from Redlands starting to push up on Grace Wadland at the moment. And then across a few lanes, we've got Ronya Stacker-Ashby sitting in fourth place, certainly not out of the running for a medal. And then she's ahead of Maya Skasilis from Arana, and then Lucy Watkins from Barker College. No doubt about our leader, though. She is absolutely motored through the final 750 metres or so. Our first trophy of the day. It's the CGS Principals Cup in the Schoolgirl single sculls. And with a couple of big strokes left to go, it will go to Canberra Girls Grammar, Isabel King. In the end, a convincing win there for Isabel King from Canberra Girls Grammar. Coming up for second place, it will be one of our non-traditional schools with Grace Wadland, coached by David Bagnall and Mal Rhymes. She's going to go through and take the silver medal for Trinity College. And then in the battle for third, we've got Ronya Stacker-Ashby and Alana Winter from Darramarlin and Redlands respectively. Who's going to go through and take the bronze? It's a big push coming here from Alana Winter, and she will take the bronze medal in the Schoolgirl single sculls. Ronya Stacker-Ashby finishing in fourth place, and then she was ahead of Maya Skasilis from Arana, and then back a little bit further to Lucy Watkins from Barker College. Our next race coming past Western Park is Division 3 of the Schoolboy single sculls. Lane 3 from Marist College, Mitchell Waddy. In lane 4 from Radford College, Hamish Whittier. And lane 5 from Redlands, Connor Morrison. So with the head of the lake, the quad events for years 8, 9 and 10 are heats and finals. So we will see a few of the rowers in the quads racing twice. And then for the senior events and also too for single sculls, then we are doing, those ones are done divisionally. And then if there is a trophy on offer, that will go to the winner of Division 1. Hamish Whittier from Radford College, leading Division 3 of the Schoolboy single sculls at the moment. He's ahead of Mitchell Waddy from Marist College, and then Connor Morrison from Redlands sitting in third place. Not a lot to split our leading two scullers though, and again over the last 250 metres, it really is a case of who has the most amount of energy still to be able to move a boat, and what is, I think, one of the toughest race types that we have in our sport. So Hamish Whittier and Mitchell Waddy not quite going stroke for stroke. We're seeing a higher stroke rate coming from Hamish Whittier, the Radford sculler. But he's still only holding on to about a boat length lead at the moment. He's just started to up it a little bit more. Mitchell Waddy just sitting at a consistent pace, rating in about the low 30s or so, and not quite having that sprint, but making sure that he's getting full value out of every stroke. They're into the last 100 metres or so. We're in for our first exciting finish of the regatta. It is Radford v Marist. Hamish Whittier versus Mitchell Waddy. And they're coming up now into the final stages. You can hear the parents on the bank cheering the Radford sculler home. Hamish Whittier still with that lead up the rake. Big push coming here from the Marist sculler, but it's unfortunately just a little bit too late. It's a boat length win for Hamish Whittier over Mitchell Waddy. A great race over that last 500 metres or so between our two scullers. So the first win of the day for Radford College. Second place going to Mitchell Waddy from Marist, and then Connor Morrison from Redlands will finish in third. Division 2 is underway at the Schoolboy single sculls. So lane 2 from Radford College, Charlie Knight. Lane 3 from Redlands, Jack Meek. Lane 4 from Marist College, Garvin Hayes. Lane 5 from Arana, Ravi Vada. And lane 6 from Barker College, Tenzin O'Gorman, and he's coached by Ryan Gibson and Sarah Ellis. So our leading scullers now coming up towards the red boys, marking 250 metres to go. Division 2 of the Schoolboy single sculls, and it's Garvin Hayes from Marist College who has the lead at the moment. Then over to his right-hand side, Charlie Knight from Radford College, leading Jack Meek from Redlands, and then back a little bit further to Ravi Vada from Arana and Tenzin O'Gorman from Barker College. So are expecting to see Garvin Hayes at the Australian Rowing Championships down at Lake Barrington later on this month. A beautiful Lake Barrington course. Very talented sculler, Garvin Hayes. And leading this Division 2 at the moment. Although we are seeing a push from Charlie Knight from Radford College. Is he able to, over the last 200 metres or so, make up the ground to Garvin Hayes? Redlands, Jack Meek, sitting in third place at the moment. Then a gap to Ravi Vada from Arana and Tenzin O'Gorman from Barker College in fourth and fifth, having their own little battle towards the back of the pack. Garvin Hayes sees that challenge coming from Charlie Knight. He's made his own response and he is starting to move out. It's still the sprint coming from Charlie Knight though from Radford. Garvin's going to win. He's going to have to work hard for it. Can't coast over the last few metres. Redlands, Jack Meek, still just over a boat length back from Charlie, but with a couple of big strokes. The first gold of the day to Marist College will go to Garvin Hayes in Division 2 of the Schoolboy single sculls. Second place and silver will go to Charlie Knight from Radford College. A big push towards the end, just couldn't quite overtake Garvin, with third going to the Redlands sculler, Jack Meek. Fourth place will go to Ravi Vada from Arana School, with Tenzin O'Gorman from Barker College finishing in fifth. Our next trophy event is underway, and it is Division 1 of the Schoolboy single sculls for the CGS Principals Cup. In lane 1 from Redlands, Angus McGuinness. Lane 2 from Arana, Josh Orms. In lane 3 from Barker College, Hugh Lucas, coached by Ryan Gibson and Sarah Ellis. Lane 4 from Radford College, Joshua Miller. Lane 5 from Marist College, Harrison Brathwaite. Lane 6 from Cranbrook, Will Gloucester. And lane 7 from Canberra Grammar, Lachlan Brooks. So leading scullers in Division 1 of the Schoolboy single sculls. They're just about up to the 250 metre mark, and it is Harrison Brathwaite from Marist College who has the lead at the moment, but Angus McGuinness from Redlands is pushing and pushing hard. Over to Harrison's right, we've got Joshua Miller from Radford College sitting in third place at the moment, and then Hugh Lucas from Barker College, and then back a little bit further to Arana's Josh Orms, Will Gloucester from Cranbrook and Lachlan Brooks from Canberra Grammar. So it's 200 or so metres to go, and it is Marist v Redland. So Harrison Brathwaite, he was the National Under-17 Single Scull Champion last season at the Australian Rowing Championships. He's got the lead at the moment, but Angus McGuinness and Joshua Miller are both making him absolutely work for it. So he's pushing through these final few stages. All of our three leading scullers really starting to push and push hard to try and go through and take the win. It is Harrison Brathwaite's to lose though. He's got a bit over a boat length lead over our next two scullers. A push at the battle for second and third between Radford and Redlands is going to be fascinating as well. Both scullers now sprinting towards the finish. The gold, the CGS Principals Cup, Marist College, Harrison Brathwaite. The silver though, who's going to walk away with that? I suspect it's Redlands, just with the silver by half a canvas over Radford College. So Harrison Brathwaite with the win, Angus McGuinness with second place, and Joshua Miller finishing in third. And then our final few scullers coming up towards the finish line now. So we have from Barker College, Hugh Lucas will finish in fourth place, barring disaster, ahead of Joss Orms from Arana, and then back a little bit further to Will Gloucester from Cranbrook and Lachlan Brooks from Canberra Grammar. So a great race of Division 1 of the Schoolboy Single Sculls. We now move on to the first of our heats of the day, and that is heat number 1 for the Schoolboy Year 10 Cox Quad. So multiple finals in these quad events for the years 8, 9 and 10, which means everyone gets a couple of races. So in this heat, first, second and third will go through to the A final, fourth, fifth and sixth will go through to the B final. In lane 2 from Yarramundi, we have Ben Axford, Dylan Perkins, Jaden Gray, James Curran and Patrick Curran. In lane 3 from Radford College, Kieran Brennan, Charlie Viver, William Fraser, Alexander Tailby and William Huang. In lane 4 from Cranbrook, Noah Elsky, Cato Johnson, Rupert Savage, Forbes Blackstone and Harry Foy is their cox, coached by Sam Carroll. Lane 5 from Marist College, Bailey Marr, Cooper Clark, Fraser Smith, Jesse Elwood and Asher Kesa. In lane 6 from Gibson Grammar, Luca Kepetopola, Cohen Cook, Oscar Wilkins, Obi Vardy and Tristan Bacon. They're coached by Matthew Dawson. And lane 7 from Cranbrook, James Walker, Carlo White, Max Mills, Samuel Perkins, Thomas Marcel is the coxswain, and they are coached by Sam Carroll. So through the 500, coming up towards the 250, and it does look to be Radford College with the lead in the first heat. Marist College sitting in second place with Cranbrook in that final qualification position for the A final. And then back from then, Gibson Grammar, probably the only crew that could go through and sneak a run into the A final as things stand. Then we go a little bit further back to the second Cranbrook crew over in lane number 4, and then Darramarlin in lane number 2. So the push coming now from all of our crews as they enter into the Red Boys. It is Radford and Marist out in front. Cranbrook sitting in second, and then a boat length back to the crew from Gippsland Grammar. Marist starting to make a bit of a move though on Radford. So the first 3 to go through to the A final, but they are making sure that they get the absolute best lane possible. You can see the reflection coming off the sunglasses on the coxswains, but also just making sure that they conserve a bit of energy. Gibson Grammar now starting to put on their push. It's only 50 metres to go also as Radford start to realise that they need to go through to the A final. Going through in first place though will be the crew from Marist College. They'll finish a boat length ahead of Radford College in second place. Third will go to Cranbrook, who themselves finished just under a boat length ahead of Gippsland Grammar. So it will be Radford, Marist and Cranbrook in lane 7 to go through to the A final. Gippsland Grammar, they unfortunately just miss out by about a boat length and they'll go through to the B final later on today. Joining them in the B final will be the Cranbrook crew in lane number 4, so that's stroked by Forbes Blackstone, and then the Yarramundi crew in lane number 2, also going through to the B final. So the next race is underway, and it is Heat 2 of the Schoolboy Year 10 coxed quads. So again, first, second and third through to the A final, with the rest through to the B final. Lane 2 from Redlands, we have Noah Jeston, Sam Turton, Gus O'Sullivan, Sebastian Saltz and Jack Feller. In lane 3 from Radford College, Marcus Grimer, Andrew Wren, Ricky Tang, Rupert Keeling and Charles Kendall. Lane 4 from Radford, Darren Wang, Owen Scowcroft, Darcy Barlow, ZUQ and Ben Scowcroft. Lane 5 from Cranbrook, Oscar Auden, Tate Leggett, James Campbell, Max Daly and Fergus Dawson-Damer, coached by Sam Carroll. Lane 6 from Marist College, Hamish Todd, James Pantano, Joshua Levy, Hugo Cole and Aidan McGurk. And lane 7 from Cranbrook, Milo Gibney, Felix Leisha, Edmund Granger, Nicholas Long, Isaac Cody, and their coach is Sam Carroll. So a good finish coming up here in Division 2, Heat 2, of the Schoolboy Year 10 quad sculls. So again, first 3 to go directly through to the A final, with the rest going through to the B final. It is Cranbrook 1 in lane number 5. They're stroked by Max Daly, and they've got the lead at the moment into the Red Boys. Radford College sitting in second place. That's the crew stroked by ZUQ in lane number 4. And then Marist College sitting in that all-important third qualification position for the A final. And then back a little bit further to the Radford 3 crew in lane number 3, the Cranbrook 3 crew in lane number 7, and then the Redlands crew in lane number 2. So Cranbrook with the lead. Cranbrook, Radford and Marist, our 3 qualifiers, with about 100 metres or so left to go. Cranbrook looking very good out in front at the moment. They've got a nice clear water lead over Radford, who themselves are a bit over a boat length ahead of Marist College. So confirmation there of the heat win for Cranbrook in lane number 5. Second place going to Radford College. They'll qualify for the A final. Joining them will be Marist College. And then going through to the B final will be the Radford College crew in lane number 3. So they're stroked by Rupert Keeling and coxed by Charles Kendall. Also in the B final will be the Cranbrook 3 crew, stroked by Isaac Long and coxed by Nicholas Long, and coxed by Isaac Cody. And then our final crew going through to the B final will be the Redlands crew, stroked by Sebastian Saltz and coxed by Jack Feller. Our next race is underway and we'll be heading past Western Park shortly. It is heat number 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Quad Sculls. So again, first, second and third to go through to the A final, with the rest to the B final. Lane 2 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Fleur Baseby, Meg Story, Lucy Cordaris, Grace Disney and Isabella Collins. Lane 3 from Yarramundi, Scarlett Mansfield, Anna Lipinski, Jessica Newham, Francesca Quigley and Zoe Glover is their cox. Lane 4 from Gippsland Grammar, Alicia Turnbull, Maggie Sheridan, Eloise Tavaski, Mia Cansides and Chloe Olnuck is their cox, coached by Eleanor Needham. Next to them, it's their club schoolmates from Gippsland Grammar, Jaden Gomez, Charlotte Snow, Cecilia Anderson, Grace Frew, Avincha Singh is the coxswain, again coached by Eleanor Needham. In lane 6 from Darramarlin, Georgia Riley, Emma Williams, Grace York, Emmy Cook and Olivia Spirit. And in lane 7 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Sophia Tremopoulos, Emily Roy, Scarlett Reid, Abby Irvine and Isla Davidson. So first 3 to go through to the A final in the first heat of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Quad Sculls, and the crew out in front. No real surprise to see Canberra Girls Grammar with the lead coming into the 250 metre mark. A couple across from them, we've got Gippsland Grammar in lane number 4, who are sitting in second place ahead of the Darramarlin crew over in lane number 6. So that's our 1, 2 and 3, and then a bit of clear water back to the second Gippsland Grammar crew in lane 5. They're in 4th place at the moment, and then Canberra Girls Grammar in lane number 7, and then the Darra crew in lane number 3. So 2 Girls Grammar, 2 Darramarlin and 2 Gippsland Grammar crews in this race. So this Canberra Girls Grammar crew in the lead. They're stroked by Grace Disney and coxed by Isabella Collins. They've got the lead at the moment, but Gippsland Grammar have decided that they may just want to go through and take that heat win. You can hear the coxswain telling the crew to up the rate as they can just see Canberra Girls Grammar now just starting to match rate a little bit, make sure that they're in fact going to qualify in first place. Over on the far side, the Darramarlin crew in lane number 6 still holding on to that third position and they've got a bit of clear water with about 100 metres or so left to go. But no doubt about our heat winners in Heat 1 of Division of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Quad Sculls. It is Canberra Girls Grammar School. That is Baseby, Story, Kadaris, Disney and Collins. Second place going to Gibson Grammar, Turnbull, Sheridan, Tavaski, Cancides and Olnike. Joining them in the A final will be the girls from Yarramundi. That's Riley, Williams, York, Cook and Spirit. And then they'll finish ahead of the second Gibson Grammar crew in lane number 5. So that was Gomez, Snow, Anderson, Frew and Singh. And then in the battle for 5th and 6th, we've got Canberra Girls Grammar, Tremopolis, Roy, Ridd, Irvine and Davidson, with a bit of a lead over the second Darramarlin crew of Mansfield, Lipinski, Newham, Quigley and Glover. And the racing continues with race number 13, the second heat of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Quad Scull. So again, first, second and third through to the A final. Lane 3, we have Redlands, Liv Goodland, Ava Ford, Eva Simpson, Lillian Forsyth and Alice Connell. In lane 4 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Chloe Ryan, Hannah Watch, Olivia McBride, Abby Barlow and Elizabeth Tarver. Lane 5 from Radford College, Millie Mann, Isabel Pragasam, Catherine Austin, Natalia Costanzo and Pippa Harmon. Lane 6 from Radford College, Lara Clues, Phoebe Fox, Eliza Punch, Rosie Humphreys and Ava Rath. And then lane 7 from Redlands, Aurora Crennan, Grace Ford, Zoe Trevana, Isabella Solgard and Rose Collier. So into the last 250 metres, and again we've just got that little bit of a gap between the first 3 and our second 2. So our leaders at the moment does look to be Redlands 1 in lane number 3, and then next to them they've got the Canberra Girls Grammar crew in up there, as are the Radford College 1 crew in lane number 6. So that's 1, 2 and 3 as things stand. The second Redlands crew over in lane 7, they've probably got a few boat lengths to make up over the last 250 metres, with Radford College 2 out towards the back as well. So realistically, it's who is going to qualify in first, second and third and in what order. So Radford now looking comfortable. That's Clues, Fox, Punch, Humphreys and Rath. They're ahead of Redlands, Goodland, Ford, Simpson, Forsyth and Connell. Canberra Girls Grammar sitting in third place. They're into the final 100 metres or so. And it does look like it's going to be Radford, Redlands and Canberra Girls Grammar as they're in now to the final stages. Still Radford with that lead, rating nicely. Redlands sitting about a boat length back from them in second place, and then another boat length back to Canberra Girls Grammar. That's how they're going to finish. It's Radford, Redlands and Canberra Girls Grammar, our 3 qualifiers in the Schoolgirl Year 10 Quad Sculls. They'll go through to the A final. Going through to the B final will be the second Redlands crew in lane number 7. So that's Crennan, Ford, Trevena, Solgard and Collier. And then joining them in the B final will be the Radford 2 crew of Mann, Pragasam, Austin, Costanzo and Harmon. So the action moves back to the 1,000 metres. So in a couple of minutes or so, we'll have the first of our Schoolboy Year 8 quad heats. So our next race is underway. It's race number 14, the first heat of the Schoolboy Year 8 Quad Sculls. So 3 heats for these ones. First and second in each of the heats will go through to the A final, third and fourth through to the B final, fifth and sixth through to the C final, and any 7th place crews going to the D final. In lane number 1 from Marist College, we have Zanderberg, Louis Barman, Asher Kesa, Paul Mandich, and Finlay Gilfillan. In lane 3 from Barker College, Harrison Scott, Harrison Mate, Gino Chong, Thomas Chambers, and Yuya Zhu, and coached by Olivia Anderson, Fraser Burdett, and Finn Woodward. Lane 3 from Gibson Grammar, Hyde Ludlich, Max Williamson, Jack Sheridan, Cooper Sampson, and Alex Dimitropoulos. In lane 4 from Gibson Grammar, Felix Baxter, Reese Dice, Martin Thompson, Matty Canfield, and Dylan Meredith. In lane 5 from Darramarlin, John O'Axford, Matthew Goad, Josh Scarlett, Lockie Scarlett, and Kaylee Deisker. In lane 6 from Cranbrook, Lachlan Randall White, Miles Gregory, Oliver Pietro, Oscar Derry, and Arlo Pollack. Lane 7 from Radford College, Anthony Zhang, Ethan Finlay, Ryan Huang, Patrick O'Connor, and Aidan Burgett. So leading crews now coming up towards the 250 metre mark. It is Cranbrook who look to have the lead over on the far side, and then we've got a Gibson Grammar crew in lane number 3, as well as the Marist College crew in lane number 1. Now the problem for all of those crews is that there's only 2 spots available in the A final, so it will be who can row the best over the last 250 metres. Cranbrook looking strong out in front at the moment. They're, as I say, they're ahead of the Gibson Grammar crew in lane 3, Marist College in lane 1, and then back a little bit further we have some potential steering issues or equipment issues for Barker College in lane number 3. They do look to have just stopped and on a bit of an angle at the moment, so hopefully everyone in that boat is okay. Darramarlin a bit off the pace, as are the Radford College crew in lane number 7. So Cranbrook with that lead. Gibson Grammar versus Marist is the battle we're looking out for. There's only that one spot between the two of them to go through to the A final and the chance to win the trophy a little bit later on today. Cranbrook with that lead. Gibson Grammar, they've moved ahead of Marist College, then back to Darramarlin, Radford, Barker College, and the second Gibson Grammar crew in 7th. Out in front, Cranbrook are going to go through and take the win. Who's going to finish in second? It's Gibson Grammar with that lead at the moment over Marist College. It's only a couple of big strokes left to go, and it will be the boys from Sale who'll go through to the A final. Marist College just missing out by under half a boat length. They'll be warm favourites for the B final based on that effort. So a win there for Cranbrook's Randall White, Gregory, Pietro, Derry, and Pollack ahead of Gibson Grammar's Lulich, Williamson, Sheridan, Sampson, and Dimitropoulos. Going through in 4th place and going to the B final will be the crew from Darramarlin, with 5th place and the first C final qualification position going to Radford College. The second Gibson Grammar crew, well, it looks like, unfortunately, the second Gibson Grammar crew have had an issue with in the 2 seats, so looks like it may well be an equipment failure in the 2 seat there. And then Barker College did have some issues with about 300 metres or so left to go, so it did make it very difficult for them. But they're back up and rowing at the moment and heading to the finish line. So the second Gibson Grammar crew, that's Baxter, Dice, Thompson, Canfield, and Meredith, just crossing the line now. What may have been a broken oar. And then a similar story, unfortunately, for the Barker College crew in lane number 2. The stroke seat at the moment looking like there may well have been an issue with the oar there. Heat number 2 of the Schoolboy Year 8 Quad Sculls is underway. Lane 2 from Cranbrook, Gus Polsford, Keelan O'Kelly, Alexander Kitto, Archer Tremaine and James Walsh. In lane 2 from Barker College, Isaac Weisenbeek, Glas Volberg, Harrison Carter, Lorenzo Stimoli and Ollie Downing, coached by Finn Woodward, Fraser Burdett and Olivia Anderson. In lane 3 from Cranbrook, Balthazar Pellegrini, Charles Carano, Harry Retif, Michael Mikalopoulos and Harry Foy. In lane 4 from Canberra Grammar, Liam Marburg, Chris Ward, Finn Rangia, Jamie Brackich and Idand Tumulapali. In lane 5 from Redlands, Calvin McNabb, Alexander Dennett, Lachlan Balderstone, Sam Parsons and James Dorey. In lane 6 from Canberra Grammar, Sufwan Idris, Sage Wood, Toby Reiner, Finn Budd and Leon Casey. And then lane 7 from Marist College, Nicholas Grounds, Ryan Gardner, Aidan McGurk, Tom Hickey and George Smith. So leading crews now into the final 250 metres. It's Canberra Grammar with the lead. At the moment, they're ahead of Barker College in lane number 2. So they're our 2 looking to go through to the A final a little bit later on today. Going through to the B final as things stand. They're well and truly bookends. So the Canberra Grammar 2 crew in lane number 6 and then back to the Cranbrook crew in lane number 1. At this point, going through to the C final is the Redlands crew in lane 5 ahead of Cranbrook in lane 3 and then back a little bit further to Marist College in lane 7. Strong row here from the Canberra Grammar crew though in lane number 4. We saw them do exceptionally well yesterday in the Quad Scull events. So they've got a nice clear water lead over Barker College, who themselves are having to push because the second Canberra Grammar crew is looking to see if they can go through to the A final as well. No doubt about our first qualifier, Canberra Grammar, Marburg, Ward, Rangia, Brackich and Tumulapali with the win. Second place will go to Barker College. That's Weisenbeek, Volberg, Carter, Stimoli and Downing. So they're through to the A final. The B final qualifiers will be Canberra Grammar 2 in lane number 6. They'll finish a couple of boat lengths ahead of Cranbrook 2 in lane number 1. So they're going through to the B final. And then behind them, going through to the C final, will be the crew from Redlands in lane number 5. They'll finish just ahead of the second Cranbrook crew in lane number 3. And then back a little bit further to our Marist crew in lane number 7. Third and final heat is underway in the Schoolboy Year 8 Quad Sculls. First and second through to the A final, third and fourth to the B, and fifth and sixth through to the C. Lane 2 from Canberra Grammar, Edward Greenhill, Hamish Story, William Pentoni, Harry Tallentire, and coxed by Patrick Digweed. In lane 3 from Cranbrook, Henry White, Kian Austin, Robert Walker, Sol Golovsky, and Thomas Marcel. In lane 4 from Barker College, Benjamin Bleasel, Ethan Winters, Jacob Stewart, Lincoln Gould, Christabel Shue, and they're coached by Fraser Burdett, Olivia Anderson and Finn Woodward. Lane 5 from Canberra Grammar, Adi Kadam, Dashel Airy, Samuel Rawlings, Maximo Andrighetto and Gabrielle Leach. Lane 6 from Cranbrook, Darren Kay, Jack Meyer, Julius Liver, William Toole and Thomas Lukes. And then in lane 7 from Redlands, Anthony Vass, Oliver Stojanovic, Jackson Humphreys, Bear Whitelaw, and their cox, Logan Trass. So as our leading crews come up towards the, going past the 500 metre buoy, just a quick heads up as to our finalists. So the B finalists in the Schoolboy Year 10 Quad Sculls are the Darra Marlin crew, Axford, Perkins, Gray, Curran and Curran, Cranbrook, Elsky, Johnson, Savage, Blackstone and Foy, Radford College, Grimer, Wren, Tang, Keeling and Kendall, Gibson Grammar, Keppola, Cook, Wilkins, Vardy and Wakeham, Cranbrook, Gibney, Leisha, Granger, Long and Cody, and Redlands, Jeston, Turton, O'Sullivan, Salts and Fella. They are the B final for the Year 10 Quad Sculls. And we'll get to the A final in just a moment. We're just seeing our third heat of the Year 8 Schoolboy Quad Sculls coming up towards the finish line. No doubt about our leaders. Redlands won with a nice, comfortable Clearwater lead at the moment. Canberra Grammar 3 in lane number 5, being pushed hard by Cranbrook 3 in lane number 6 to see who's going to also go through to the A final and who's going to drop down into the B. Then we've got Barker College sitting in 4th place, and then back to Cranbrook 4 in lane number 3. So Redlands with the lead at the moment. The big pushes come from Canberra Grammar though. They're being able to push ahead of Cranbrook into 2nd place, into that second A final qualification position. Redlands though, Vass, Stojanovic, Humphreys, Whitelaw and Trass, they're going to go through and with a very comfortable heat win in the Year 8 Quad Sculls. 2nd place will go to Canberra Grammar. A great finish to the race for them. They finished just under a boat length ahead of the Cranbrook crew in lane number 6. Finishing in 4th place, going through to the B final, will be the Barker College crew in lane number 4, with Cranbrook in lane number 3 going through to the C final. So we are underway in race number 17. That's heat 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Quad Sculls. Again, 1st and 2nd through to the A final, 3rd and 4th to the B, and 5th, 6th and 7th through to the C final. Lane 1 from Canberra Grammar, we have Leka Viswanathan, Adele Penpras, Isabel Hogan, Delilah Shakespeare and Adele Cox. In lane 2 from Redlands, Despina Corneli, Sammy Halliday, Annalise Beattie, Pearl Brown and Kyra Benoliel. In lane 3 from Radford College, Shannon Clues, Hannah Bettison, Ria Niranjane, Sanvi Yelamathi and Matilda Hunt. Lane 4 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Felicity Hazlitt, Erin Riley, Grace Fogarty, Alexandra Cordaris and Madison Auger. Lane 5 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Amelia Doikas, Matilda Bladen, Lucinda Barlow, Lucy Morrow and Lucia Wildman. Lane 6 from Redlands, Fiona Russell, Miranda Tejo Gonzalez, Amelia Wells, Alice Benath and Avon Briscoe. And lane 7 from Gibson Grammar, Lulu Hodges, Heidi Eichen, Millie Dre, Tori Williams and Jaden Gomez. Going back to our finalists, these are the A finalists for the Year 10, Schoolboy Year 10 Quad Sculls. So in lane 2, Marist College, Todd Pantano, Levy, Cole and McGurk. Radford College in lane 3, Wang, Scowcroft, Barlow, Q and Scowcroft. Lane 4 from Marist, Mark, Clark, Smith, Elwood and Kesa. Then Cranbrook, Auden, Leggett, Campbell, Daly and Dawson Damer. Radford, Brennan, Viber, Fraser, Talby and Huang. And lane 7 from Cranbrook, Walker, White, Mills, Perkins and Marcel. There are A finalists for the Schoolboy Year 10 Quad Sculls. The B finalists in the Schoolgirl event will be Darramarlin, Mansfield, Lipinski, Newham, Quigley and Glover. Canberra Girls Grammar, Tremopolis, Roy, Ridd, Irvine and Davidson. Gibson Grammar's Gomez, Snow, Anderson, Frew and Singh. Redlands, Crennan, Ford, Trevana, Solgard and Collier. And Radford College's Mann, Pragasam, Austin, Costanzo and Harmon. So our top 2 crews in the first heat of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Quad Sculls, going through to the A final, and it does look like we've had the crews just start to split themselves out a little bit. So over in lane number 4, Canberra Girls Grammar, that's Hazlitt, Riley, Fogarty, Kodaris and Auger with the lead at the moment. Redlands sitting in second, that's Corneli, Halliday, Beatty, Brown and Benoliel. So they're our 1 and 2, looking pretty comfortable out in front at the moment. In the middle of the pack, it's pretty even for the rest of the field. So we've got the second Canberra Girls Grammar crew that are up there, as are Radford College, the second Redlands crew, Gibson Grammar in lane 7 and Canberra Grammar over in lane number 1. So Canberra Girls Grammar with the lead there in lane number 4. Looking comfortable out in front of Redlands. Both crews just starting to put on a little bit of a sprint to try and get through to the finish as quickly as they can. But it will be a win for the girls in green, Canberra Girls Grammar. Go through to the A final of the Year 8 Quad Sculls. Second place going to Redlands. Now who's going to go through to the B final? Across the course we've got Gibson Grammar, Radford and Canberra Grammar. The 3 of them only about a boat length between all 3. Only 2 of them can go through to the B final. It is Gippsland and Canberra Grammar just ahead of Radford. Final 20 metres or so. Canberra Grammar, big push towards the end there. They're looking out for that final buzzer, and it will qualify in 3rd place for the B final. Gibson Grammar joining them in the B final, and then a boat length back to Radford in 5th place. And then across to Gibson Grammar in Redlands in lane number 6, Gibson Grammar in lane number 7. Heat 2 of the Year 8 Schoolgirl Sculls is underway. So lane 2 from Canberra Grammar, Holly Bodman, Isabel Jardine, Danica Dixon, Sassy O'Brien and Ariana Stoyer. In lane 4 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Lorna Halley, Lorna Bassingthwaite, Sienna Gatley, Annie McMillan, and Harriet Russell, coxed by Angeline Jose. In lane 5 from Gibson Grammar, Indy Masters, Erin Smith, Ava Alexander, Ailey Ferris and Grace Cook. In lane 6 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Alexia Franco, Olivia McCallum, Annabelle Treloar, Saskia Hillage and Memphis Lynham. In lane 7 from Radford College, Kate Lone, Jemima Bestwick, Ashley Ward, Antonia Moran and Sophie Sula is the coxswain. So our leading crew now into the Red Boys, marking 250 metres to go in heat number 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Quad Sculls, and it's yesterday's ACT champions who are out in front. So the Canberra Grammar crew in lane number 2, they've got the lead, And then the next one to go through to the A final does look like it's going to be the crew in lane number 6, the Canberra Girls Grammar crew. They're sitting about a boat length ahead of the Radford crew in lane number 7, and then the second Canberra Girls Grammar crew in lane 4, with Gibson Grammar also up there as well. No doubting our leaders, though. It's a lot of clear water between first and second, and they're just starting to really push through to the finish line now. So a strong win there for Canberra Grammar. That's Bodman, Jardine, Dixon, O'Brien and Stoyer winning their heats. Can they make it ahead of the late gold to go with their ACT Championships gold yesterday? Now, who's going to join them in the A final? Gibson Grammar still with the lead at the moment. Canberra Girls Grammar, sorry, sitting in second place, just ahead of Bradford and the second Canberra Girls Grammar crew. So it will be Franco, McCallum, Trelawa, Hillage and Lynham to go through to the A final. Into the B final, where there's nothing at all to pick between our next 3 crews, but it does look like that we had the crew from Canberra Girls Grammar in third place, just ahead of Radford College in fourth, and then Gibson Grammar in fifth. But we'll wait on final confirmation on that one. Third heat of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Quad Sculls is underway. Lane 2 from Canberra Grammar, Murray Nolan, Isabel Doherty, Isla Mormon, Eloise Bushby and Scarlett Mukherjee. In lane 3 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Grace Tully, Tabitha Campbell, Amelia Russell, Carrie Baseby and Michaela Gomez. Lane 4 from Gibson Grammar, Sarah Black, Taylor Good, Hannah Mack, Mia Nethercote, Alicia Turnbull. Lane 5 from Canberra Grammar, Charlotte Roche, Claudia Koenig, Eloise McFarlane, Hannah O'Donnell and Anna Scanlon. Lane 6 from Darramarlin, Ava Connolly, Charlie Hannaford, Ashley Fordham, Lucinda Oven and Laura Corkill. And in lane 7 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Olive Mufarij, Nathara Minelli, Stefania Havas, Alice Disney, Millie Levy is their coxswain. Our A finalists for the Schoolgirl Year 10 Quad Sculls. So again, these are all online. Head to regattas.rowingact.org.au. So our A finalists for the Year 10, Schoolgirl Year 10 Quad Sculls, Canberra Girls Grammar, that's Ryan, Watch, McBride, Barlow and Tava. Gibson Grammar's Turnbull, Sheridan, Tabaski, Kensides and Olnike. Canberra Girls Grammar, Baseby, Story, Kadaris, Disney and Collins. Bradford College's Clues, Fox, Punch, Humphreys and Rath. Redlands, Goodland, Ford, Simpson, Forsyth and Connell. And Darramarlin's Riley, Williams, York, Cook and Spirit. So our final heat of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Quad Sculls coming up to the 250. And again, it's first and second through to the A final. That chance to walk away with the trophy at the end of the regatta. It is at the moment Canberra Grammar in lane number 2 with the lead. They're ahead of the second Canberra Grammar crew. It might be two Canberra Grammar crews going through to the A final from heat number 3. They are well and truly out in front at the moment. Canberra Girls Grammar in lane number 7. They're sitting in third. They're looking good for the B final, as are the second Canberra Girls Grammar crew in lane number 3. So we could have 2 Canberra Grammar A final, 2 Canberra Girls Grammar B final, and then Gibson Grammar and Yarramundi going through to the C final. Into the final 100 metres, and it's Canberra Grammar in the middle of the course that have absolutely motored through that second stage of the race. They've gotten ahead of the Canberra Grammar crew in lane number 2. It's basically going to be neck and neck between the two crews, but it is very, very close. It's the 2 Canberra Grammar crews that are going through. So that is Nolan, Doherty, Mormon, Bushby and Mukherjee, along with Roche, Koenig, McFarlane, O'Donnell and Scanlon. The 2 Canberra Girls Grammar crews will go through to the B final. So that's lane number 7 and lane number 3. So they'll go through to the B final, and going through to the C final will be the girls from Gippsland Grammar in lane number 4, and then Yarramundi in lane number 6. So we go from the crews to the single sculls. It's Division 2 of the Schoolboy, Year 9 single sculls. Lane 2 from Redlands, Cooper McDonald. Lane 3 from Maris, Lachlan Carter. Lane 4 from Radford, Jake Espinosa. Lane 5 from Maris, Jay Miller. And lane 6 from Redlands, Rari McLaughlin. So 2 Redlands Scullers with the lead at the moment. So Cooper McDonald in lane 2 and Rari McLaughlin in lane number 6, first and second at the moment. And then we've got our 2 Maris Scullers sitting in 3rd and 4th. So Lachlan Carter sitting in 3rd place at the moment for the bronze medal, and he's ahead of Jay Miller in lane number 5. And then back a little bit further to Jake Espinosa from Radford College. So again, for these rowers, it's been a busy weekend. We've seen a few of them in heats and finals at the ACT Junior Championships yesterday, and now out in the single scull. It's a strong win there for Cooper McDonald from Redlands. They've done well in the Year 8 single sculls and now in the Year 9 ones. Second place will also be another Redlands sculler. Rari McLaughlin has just a couple of big ones just to get across the line and take that silver medal. The bronze will go to Lachlan Carter from Maris College. He's only got a couple of strokes to go, and he'll finish in 3rd place, a couple of boat lengths ahead of Lachlan Carter from Maris College, and then Jake Espinosa from Radford. Race 21 is underway. It's Division 1 of the Year 9 single sculls. Lane 2 from Maris College, Deshelle Spiller. In lane 3 from Redlands, Christopher Ferros. Lane 4 from Radford, Henry Dong. Lane 5 from Cranbrook, Noah Kemp. And lane 6 from Lyneham High, Liam Hall, and he's coached by David Bagnall and Mal Rhymes. So our leading scullers coming up towards the finish line in Division 1 of the Schoolboy Year 9 single sculls. Deshelle Spiller from Marist College looking to take that school's first gold of the day, and he's got a very clear water lead at the moment over Christopher Ferros from Redlands, and then back across to Liam Hall from Lyneham High in third place. So Deshelle Spiller from Marist College up in the rate towards the end. He's finishing with an absolute bang there, and it will be a strong win for Deshelle Spiller in the Division 1 of the Schoolboy Year 9 single sculls. Coming through in second place will be Christopher Ferros from Redlands. He's got a little bit of over a boat length lead ahead of Liam Hall from Lyneham High. So Liam, again, normally a club rower for Capital Lakes, but today representing his school and winning a bronze for Lyneham High in the Year 9 single sculls. Coming through in fourth place will be Noah Kemp from Cranbrook, and then he'll finish ahead of Henry Dong from Radford College. So the sun just starting to come out now, and what has been a beautiful weekend for rowing here on Lake Burley Griffin. Race number 22 is underway. It's Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 single sculls. So in lane 2 we have Radford College's Cassia Woodburn. In lane 3 from Canberra Grammar, lane 3 from Canberra Grammar, Koya Napa. In lane 4 from Radford College, Annalise Steele. Lane 5 from Canberra Grammar, Sophia Bill. And lane 7 from Redlands, Matilda Hugman. So leading rowers into the final stages now of Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 single sculls. How many times have we said this morning? Redlands with the lead. Matilda Hugman from Redlands over in lane number 7. And then the battle for silver and bronze is well and truly on between Canberra Grammar, that's Sophia Bill in lane number 5, and then Radford's Annalise Steele, who may just be getting that bow ball out in front, getting that little bit of extra momentum. And then the second Radford sculler, Cassia Woodburn, in 4th place. No doubting our race leader, though. It is Matilda Hugman from Redlands with plenty of clear water, as we just see Annalise Steele move past Sophia Bill in the final 50 metres or so. So a win again for Redlands, Matilda Hugman. In Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 single sculls. Going through to take the silver medal will be the sculler from Radford, Annalise Steele. Great row over the final at 250 metres. She's managed to get ahead of Canberra Grammar's Sophia Bill, who's just crossed the line now. And then our final sculler to come across, and that is Cassia Woodburn from Radford College. Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Sculls is underway. Lane 2 from Canberra Grammar, Lily Clark. Lane 3 from Radford College, Sarah Thompson. Lane 4 from Redlands, Sarah Yates. Lane 5 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Eleanor Hall. Lane 6 from Gibson Grammar, Isabel Lindrea, coached by Eleanor Needham. And Lane 7 from Barker College, Ivy Kim, coached by Sarah Ellis. So we've got a few rowers in this event, so into the final 150 metres or so, and Sarah Thompson from Radford College out in front, and she is getting some absolute cheers from down here at the finish line. Barker College, Ivy Kim sitting in second place and moving up quite nicely ahead of Isabel Lindrea from Gibson Grammar, then back to Redlands, Sarah Yates. That's Eleanor Hall from Canberra Girls Grammar potentially in the middle of the course, and then back a little bit further to Isabel Lindrea. No doubt about our winner though, it is Sarah Thompson from Radford College, who'll take Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Sculls. The silver medal, it's down to our last couple of strokes there between lane number 5, Canberra Girls Grammar, Eleanor Hall. She'll finish with bronze, but the silver medalist will be Ivy Kim from Barker College. Eleanor Hall finishing in the bronze ahead of Sarah Yates from Redlands, and then back a bit further to the Gibson Grammar sculler Isabel Lindrea in lane number 6. So as our starters move down, we've got the men's and women's under 17 eights, and they start at the 1800 at 9:20. So we are now underway in race number 24. It's the women's under 17 eights. So 2 Canberra Girls Grammar crews and 1 from Canberra Grammar. We have in lane 5, representing Canberra Girls Grammar, Sophia Tremopoulos, Audrey Blacker, Scarlett Ridd, Emily Roy, Chloe Ryan, Hannah Watch, Abby Barlow, Abby Irvine and Elizabeth Tarver. In lane 6 from Canberra Grammar School, Madeline Dearlove, Charlotte Lynch, Izzy Massey, Ailey Webb, Alice Allen, Claire Templeton, Abigail Reiner, Edith Warboys and Isla Morgan is their coxswain, and they're coached by Mike Brady. And lane 7 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Fleur Baseby, Chloe Owen, Olivia McBride, Camilla Griffin, Meg Story, Lucy Cordaris, Grace Disney, Sophie Murphy, and their coxswain is Isabella Collins. So our leading crews now up to the 500 metre mark in the women's under 17 eights. And it does look to be the Canberra Girls Grammar crew in lane number 7, ahead of Canberra Grammar, and then back to the second Canberra Girls Grammar crew. A finalists for the Schoolboy Year 8 Coxed Quads. So these are the A finalists. We have Gippsland Grammar, Lulich, Williamson, Sheridan, Sampson and Dumitropoulos. Redlands, Vass, Stojanovic, Humphreys, Whitelaw and Trass. Cranbrook, Randall White, Gregory, Piator, Derry and Pollack, Canberra Grammar, Marburg, Ward, Rangia, Brackich and Tamalapalli, Barker College, Weisenbeek, Volberg, Carter, Stamoli and Downing, and then Canberra Grammar, Kadam, Airy, Rawlings, Andrighetto and Leach. Let's go back to the action on the course, and it is Canberra Girls Grammar, Baseby, Owen, McBride, Griffin, Story, Caldaris, Disney, Murphy and Collins who have the lead over Canberra Grammar, and then back to the second Canberra Girls Grammar crew. So these three crews fairly well spread out. There's a lot of clear water between first and second, and then even more between second and third. So it does look like it is going to be a very comfortable win for the girls in green. Canberra Girls Grammar School. They'll be looking to gain as many gold medals here at the 2025 ACT Head of the Lake as they can before attention shifts up to Sydney for the Schoolboy and Schoolgirl Heads of the River up at the Sydney International Regatta Centre next weekend. So Canberra Girls Grammar School in lane number 7. It's a strong win. It's a powerful win, a clear water win as they cross the line in first place in the women's under 17 8s. Canberra Grammar School, they're going to finish in second place as they just come up towards the line now as they finish with plenty of clear water ahead of the second Canberra Girls Grammar crew. We've moved on to the men's under 17 8s, so 2 crews from Canberra Grammar School just going past Western Park at the moment. In lane 6, we have Thomas Marburg, Blake Sixsmith, Angus Healy, Cameron Snow, Jacob Thompson, Benjamin Pedler, Oliver Lysing, Lucas Windle and Charlie Wu. And then lane 7, James Moss, Arthur Cox, Fergus Whiteside, William Weir, James Wilson, Harry English, Xavier Moss, Archer Doherty, Cooper Alcorn is their coxswain and they're coached by Thomas Hart. The 2 Canberra Grammar 8s coming down the course now, very evenly matched, so it'll be fascinating to see who's going to end up in front for that one. The Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad, the A finalists, so these are just the A finalists, and that's for the CGS plate. So the A finals are Redlands, Cornelli, Halliday, Beatty, Brown and Benalil. And then Canberra Grammar, Nolan, Doherty, Mormon, Bushby and Mukherjee. Canberra Girls Grammar, Haslett, Riley, Fogarty, Caldaris and Auger. Canberra Grammar, Bodman, Jardine, Dixon, O'Brien and Stoyer. Canberra Girls Grammar, Franco, McCallum, Trelawar, Hillage and Lynham. And then Canberra Grammar, Roche, Koenig, McFarlane, O'Donnell and Scanlon. So Redlands really the only ones to be able to stop someone with Canberra and Grammar in their crew in the A final of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Quad Sculls. As we are in for a heck of a finish now in the men's under 17 8s. It's 2 Canberra Grammar crews side by side racing, and it is well and truly side by side at the moment. It was Canberra Grammar 2 who were leading through a lot of it, but I don't think there's all that much between the 2 crews as they're in now to the final 150 metres or so. It's the 2 Canberra Grammar crews. Who's going to walk away with the bragging rights back at the CGS boat shed? There is absolutely nothing in it. It's down to 100 metres or so. They're looking out at each other. Canberra Grammar in lane number 7, just starting to pull ahead with every stroke, but my word, there's not a lot between the 2 of them. Just that little bit of extra pressure coming in. There's only about 5 or 6 big strokes left for each of our crews. Canberra Grammar won though. They've moved ahead. They've got half a boat length over that last 100 metres and they will take the W in a fantastic side-by-side 8s racing. You absolutely love to see that big boat energy coming down the course, and a strong win there for Moss, Cox, Whiteside, Weir, Wilson, English, Moss, Doherty and Alcorn getting over the top of the second Canberra Grammar crew right towards the end there. We'll move from the big boat energy to the single sculls and Division 2 of the Schoolboy Year 10 single sculls. Lane 2 from Barker College, Ollie Downing, coached by Caelan Routley. Lane 3 from Redlands, Noah Jeston. Lane 4 from Canberra Grammar, William Shockley. Lane 5 from Redlands, Sebastian Saltz. In lane 6 from Marist College, Ari Jeremiah. And then lane 7 from Gibson Grammar, Riley Shaw. So in for a treat in Division 2 of the Schoolboy Year 10 single sculls, because our leading two scullers are absolutely neck and neck. So Canberra Grammar, William Shockley, Sebastian Saltz from Redlands, and it is the Canberra Grammar sculler, William Shockley, who just has his bow ball out in front. It's 100 or so metres left to go, and anything can happen in a scull over those last 100 metres. We're seeing Sebastian Saltz just start to up that rate. Can he get a little bit more push on the drive, or will William Shockley be able to hold on for the W? Gibson Grammar's Riley Shaw up in the bronze medal position ahead of Ollie Downing from Barker College and Ari Jeremiah from Marist. But it is going to be a win for William Shockley from Canberra Grammar, finishing just under a boat length ahead of Redlands' Sebastian Saltz. He'll take the silver. The bronze into the final stages now will go to Riley Shaw from Gibson Grammar. He's only got about 20 or so metres left to go. And then in behind them, we've got Ollie Downing from Barker College in lane number 2, and then Ari Jeremiah from Marist College in 5th. Our next race is, well, just about past Western Park now. It's Division 1 of the Schoolboy Year 10 single sculls. Lane 2 from Barker College, Hudson Donovan, coached by Ryan Gibson and Sarah Ellis. Lane 3 from Redlands, Gus O'Sullivan. Lane 4 from Canberra Grammar, Harrison Pays. Lane 5 from Marist, Hugh Trelawa. Lane 6 from Cranbrook, Milo Gibney. And Lane 7 from Darramarlin, Patrick Curran. Don't forget, at 10:30 today, we have a very special race. We have the captains, the boat captains from each of our Canberra schools will be in some doubles, and joining them on the start line in a pair will be the Chief Executive Officer of Rowing Australia, Sarah Cook. Joining her from the bow seats will be Her Excellency, the Governor-General of Australia, Samantha Mostyn. A former ANU Boat Club rower, the Governor-General will be racing at 10:30 this morning, so keep an eye out on that. I am very much looking forward to calling that race. The race coming down now, though, does look like we're going to have Barker College potentially with their first win of the regatta, but Patrick Curran from Darramarlin is pushing and starting to make that boat move. It is Darramarlin, Barker College, Redlands sitting in third place, Gus O'Sullivan, and then he's ahead of Cranbrook's Milo Gibney, and then back a little bit further to Hugh Trelawa from Marist College. So our leading rowers coming up towards the finish, and it's been a great finish here from Patrick Curran from Darramarlin. We're talking about, could Barker get their first win of the day? Forget that, could it be Darramarlin with their first gold medal of the 2025 Head of the Lake? Hudson Donovan from Barker is just being caught now by the Redlands scull. He'll have to push hard if he's going to go on and hold on to the silver medal. Out in front, Patrick Curran, lane number 7. He's only got a few big strokes left to go, and he will be the first gold medalist from Darramarlin at this year's Head of the Lake. It's Redlands versus Barker College. There's nothing in between. It's been a big push towards the finish, and I think it's, from the angle I'm standing, I cannot quite see it, but it did look like Gus O'Sullivan just over the top of Hudson Donovan, right at the death. A great road there from Gus O'Sullivan. Going through in fourth place will be the Cranbrook sculler, Milo Gibney, and then he'll finish ahead of Marist College's Hugh Trelawa. So first gold of the day to Darramarlin's Patrick Curran in Division 1 of the Schoolboy Year 10 Single Sculls. Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Single Sculls is underway. Lane 2 from Barker College, Lucia Stimoli, coached by Sarah Ellis, Paige Critchlow and Alexandra Wenyan. Lane 3 from Redlands, Saskia Kay, and Lane 4 from Gibson Grammar, Anna Masarich, coached by Eleanor Needham. Lane 5, also from Gibson Grammar, Isabel Lewis. And in Lane 6 from Redlands, we have Zoe Trevena. Into the final stages now of Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Sculls race. And Barker College look like they might get the win in the last race. Unfortunately, just missing out and being pipped through to bronze. I don't think we've got an issue here though. Barker College's Lucia Stimoli with a nice clear water lead as she comes now into the red boys. About 200 metres or so left to go. Then next to her we've got Anna Masarich from Gibson Grammar, Isabel Lewis from Gibson Grammar and Zoe Travana from Redlands making up our field there. So it does look like Isabel Lewis from Gibson Grammar just a little bit behind Zoe Travana, who herself is only a little bit behind Anna Masarich. But there's zero doubts about our race leader. It's been a great row from start to finish from Lucia Stimoli. In now to the final 20 metres or so. And with a couple of big strokes left to go, she will go through and take the first gold medal of the day for Barker College. And congratulations to Lucia Stimoli, coached by Sarah Ellis, Paige Critchlow and Alexandra Wenyon. Now to come through and take the silver, it may well be a Gibson Grammar silver and bronze. We're seeing a big push coming here from Isabel Lewis in lane number 5. She's moved just ahead of Zoe Trevina from Redlands as these rowers are now into their final stages. So Anna Masarich from Gibson Grammar, she's sitting in second place and with a couple of big strokes will come away with the silver medal, and then she'll finish ahead of Isabel Lewis, also from Gibson Grammar, and Zoe Trevina from Redlands. Our next race is close in behind. It's Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Sculls. So lane 2 from Marici College, Megan Jacey, coached by David Bagnall and Mal Rhymes. Lane 3 from Gibson Grammar, Avishna Singh, coached by Eleanor Needham. Lane 4 from Radford College, Pippa Harmon. Lane 5 from Redlands, Eva Simpson. And lane 6 from Barker College, Pihi Zhu, coached by Alexandra Wenyon and Paige Critchlow. So our leading rowers in Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Single Sculls going through the red boys now, and the person in the lead is Eva Simpson from Redlands. She's moved quite nicely through the last 250 metres or so. She's now only got about 200 left. Managed to move through Megan Jacey from Marici College, who's still sitting nicely in that silver medal position. Pihi Zhu from Barker College is currently sitting in the bronze medal position, so she's few boat lengths between second and third, and then a bit of a gap back to our 4th and 5th place rowers, who are Avishna Singh from Gibson Grammar and Pippa Harmon from Radford College. So out in front though, Eva Simpson from Redlands. A nice comfortable lead, the blue and the golds getting ready to celebrate another single scull gold medal here at the 2025 ACT Head of the Lake. So a strong win there for Eva Simpson. Now to come through in silver for the first Marici medal of the day with a big finish coming up, it will be Megan Jacey as she gets the cheers from family, friends and family on the bank, crosses through to take the silver medal in the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Sculls. To take the bronze medal, it's going to be Pihi Zhu from Barker College. She's only got about 20 metres or so left to go before she finishes with bronze. And then going through behind them in 4th and 5th will be Gibson Grammar's Avishna Singh and Pippa Harmon from Radford College. And there is no rest for the wicked because the Schoolboy 8 race is nearly at the finish. So it's for the Fraser Cup, which will be presented later on today, with presentations being held after the race. So the crew in lane number 6, which is the the Canberra Grammar 2 crew, are leading the 1 crew and leading them convincingly. So that is Thomas Olofsson, Archie Vagg, Thomas Berry, Max Chesworth, Bryce Ellis, Oliver Pracey, Byron Ellis, Alistair Bridgewater, Teniola Ballaghan. And then the other Canberra Grammar crew, Lucas McLean, Marcus Tremopoulos, Ethan Murphy, Magnus Stafter, Nicholas Vandervolt, Benjamin McGregor, Cameron Schmidt, Alexander Griffiths, and Timothy Robinson. So, as always, with that big boat energy coming down the course, you can hear the coxswains absolutely exhorting their rowers to get through to the finish line. It's about 2 boat lengths between first and between our leading 2 rowers, but it does look like it's going to be the crew in lane number 6. Bit of an upset over a boat leg. They're bashing the water with absolute joy and delight, and well may they do so. So Canberra Grammar in lane number 6, beating Canberra Grammar in lane number 7 for the Fraser Cup for the Schoolboy 8s. It's another trophy race again because it is the Schoolgirl 8s for the Canberra Girls Grammar School Cup. And in lane 6, Canberra Girls Grammar, we've got Maddie Beasley, Audrey West, Emmanuel Hoskin, Mia Wiley, Sophie Murphy, Sophie Frost, Charlotte Bowen, Isabel King, and Eliza Miller. Lane 7 from Canberra Grammar, we have Iris Rangia, Eliza Jones, Ella Shockley, Ella Vannon, Nellie Byron, Sophia Smith, Estella Robertson, Hannah Griffiths, and Sophia Mounts is the coxswain, and they're coached by Kendall Brody. So leading crews now in the Schoolgirl 8s. It's for the Canberra Girls Grammar School Cup. And will it be CGGS to take their cup home, so to speak? So the Canberra Grammar crew in lane number 7, they do row more sweep than the Canberra Girls Grammar crew, but the Canberra Girls Grammar crew also have some very talented rowers. We saw a number of them winning the Schoolgirl coxed quads up at the New South Wales Championships at the start of February, and it does look like they've got that lead over Canberra Grammar School. A reminder again of a couple of things going on down at Western Park. Following the conclusion of the racing today, we will have the presentations down at Western Park, so make sure that you're down there for those ones. That will be for the trophies from both today's ACT Head of the Lake and also the trophy winners from yesterday's ACT Junior Championship Regatta. During the lunch break as well, we will have a special race. It will be the boat club captains from our ACT schools, and they're up against some very special guests. In the stroke seat of a pair, it's former ACT rower, former ACT bronze medalist in the interstate single, two-time Olympian and Rowing Australia Chief Executive Officer Sarah Cook. In the bow seat of that boat is Her Excellency, the Governor-General of Australia, Ms Samantha Mostyn, who herself learnt to row here in Canberra and is a former member of the Australian National University Boat Club. We'll also have a number of principals presenting their school's trophies at the presentations later on today, and hopefully the Governor-General as well will be around to present the Governor-General Trophy for the Schoolgirl and Schoolboy point score winners. Into the final stages of the Schoolgirl 8s, and I think this will gladden the heart of all the Canberra Girls Grammar staff and students and parents, because it is Canberra Girls Grammar with clear water between themselves and Canberra Grammar School. The CGGS plate is going to go home very soon to Canberra Girls Grammar. As they come across the line now, it will be a win for Beasley, West, Hoskin, Wiley, Murphy, Frost, Bowen, King and Miller, finishing a few boat lengths ahead of Canberra Grammar School's Rangier, Jones, Shockley, Vannon, Byron, Smith, Robertson, Griffiths and Matts. So the Canberra Girls Grammar School Cup goes home to Canberra Girls Grammar. We are now a few minutes away from the start of our next race. So our final racing, our final heats before the lunch break and before the finals will be the Year 9 coxed quads. So both the Schoolboy and the Schoolgirl Year 9 coxed quads coming up at 10 o'clock. So we are underway now in race number 32. It's the first heat of the Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quads. And the progressions are different in this event. We've got large entry numbers, so the first 7 fastest go through to the final, then the next 7 fastest through to the B final, and it goes down like that. So it is so important in all of these heats to try and push as hard as you can for as long as you can. Lane 1 from Cranbrook, we have Harry Moylan, Lucas Aiello, Thomas Stillone, Oliver Southwell, Keeley and James Walsh. Lane 3 from Redlands, Leo Campbell, Morgan Bessley, Emilio Dressler, Michael Coonan and Julian Lumberg. In lane 4 from Cranbrook, Ethan Skernick, Jesse Lane, Cody Ogg, Matthew Morris and Isaac Cody. Lane 5 from Canberra Grammar, Alexander King, Jacob Mand, Oscar Harris Talbot, Noah Webb and Tommy Weir. Lane 6 from Barker College, Finn McKechnie, Jacob Apps, Kobe Neal, William Ryan, Ollie Downing, coached by Sarah Ellis and Ryan Gibson. And lane 7 from Canberra Grammar, Samuel McCormack, Edward Fay, Oscar Timpson, Archer Glaskin and William Brown. So a reminder with these heats, so we've got a few heats of the Schoolboy Year 9 Coxed Quads. It is the fastest 7, so winning doesn't necessarily get you through to the A final. So the pressure is on each of the crews. The one that's looking the best at the moment, probably Barker College over in lane number 6, and then closest or on the far side of the course in lane number 1, we have the Cranbrook 2 crew also putting some good pressure down on the footplate with every stroke. Canberra Grammar sitting in 3rd place, and then they're ahead of the Canberra Grammar 2 crew over in lane number 7, and then back a little bit further to Cranbrook 4 and Redlands 2 in lanes 4 and 3 respectively. Redlands ahead of Cranbrook towards the rear of the field. Barker College though sitting out in front and sitting quite nicely. That's McKechnie, Apps, Neal, Ryan and Downing. And we're just seeing Cranbrook over in lane number 1, just maybe have gone out a little hard early, but again, with only the fastest 7 going through, it does mean that you do have to push yourself if you are going to make it through to the A final. Canberra Grammar 3 still leading Canberra Grammar 2, and they're starting to catch up to Cranbrook in 2nd place. Barker College are out in front, and they're looking quite comfortable at the moment, not letting up, making sure they row right through to the line. Canberra Grammar 3 now still holding that lead over Canberra Grammar 2 and pushing up towards Cranbrook. Barker take the win. And then we've got in behind them Canberra Grammar and Cranbrook pushing each other towards the finish line as they come up now with a couple of big strokes left to go. It is going to be the Canberra Grammar 3 crew who finish ahead of Cranbrook in 3rd place, Canberra Grammar 2 in 4th place. And then back a little bit further, we have the Redlands 2 crew in lane number 3 and then Cranbrook 4 in lane number 4. So our next race to come down is race 33. It's heat 2 of the Year 9 Coxed Quads. Lane 1 from Radford College, Archie Davis, Jun Yu Wang, Billy Miller, Ethan Whittaker and Aidan Burgett. In lane 2 from Canberra Grammar, Michael Satsias, Yash Shah, Timmy Jiang, Matty Millen and Koya Napa. In lane 3 from Cranbrook, Max Mindrescu, Aran Matani, Oscar Gerard, Felix Parry Husbands and Harry Foy. Lane 4 from Gibson Grammar, Andre Wasserman, Eamon Brady, William Edgar, Benjamin Reynolds, Alex Dimitropoulos, and they're coached by Matthew Dawson. Lane 5 from Canberra Grammar, Julian Sousa, Brendan Brooks, Harry Rorsheim, Jackson Michaud, and Tristan Nope, coached by Patrick Curtin and Ethan Zisler. Lane 6 from Marist College, Armand Lisman, Jacob Smith, Lucas Stilgato, Jonah McLaughlin and Gus Campton is their cox. And lane 7 from Barker College, Toby Kaganoff, Charles Hodgson, Hugo Tung, Nathaniel Ward, Benjamin Bleasel, and they're coached by Kaylin Routley and Ryan Gibson. So with the fastest 7 going through to the A final, and that's the fastest 7 across all 4 heats, the pressure is on each of our crews. So our leading crew at the moment are Radford College in lane number 1, but also Marist College in lane number 6, pushing hard as well as our Canberra Grammar in lane number 5. So we could potentially have 3 finalists from this heat going through to the A final, but again, we'll wait and see how those timings go. Back in 4th place, we've got the crew from Gibson Grammar in the middle of the course, and then either side of them, we've got Barker College in lane number 7, and then Canberra Grammar 4 in lane number 2, next to Cranbrook 5 in lane number 3. Marist have really taken the lead now. They've really pushed through. It looks like Radford may have just had a just waiting on the, so just had a little 1, 2. Okay, we seem to be back now. We've had a change of battery in the microphone. Thankfully, though, we can give you the next crews coming down. So this is heat number 3 of the Schoolboy Year 9 Quad Sculls. Yarramundi in lane number 1, Radford College in lane 2, Radford College in lane 3, Cranbrook lane 4, Marist College lane 5, Gibson Grammar in lanes 6 and 7. It is the fastest 7 to go through to the final, so winning doesn't guarantee you a place. The Radford College crew in lane number 3, though, they're not mucking around. They are out in front, and they are keeping that rating up to make sure that they are one of the fastest 7 qualifiers. Yarramundi have been sitting in second throughout, but they may just have run out of a little bit of gas because Cranbrook are starting to make a move in lane number 4 to head up in towards second place, and then back to Gibson Grammar in lane number 6. Marist College in lane 5 and Gibson Grammar in lane number 7. Out in front, the Radford crew, Jay Irwin, James Bromley, Martin Koch, Victor Cumston and Kingston Pedrotta go through and take the heat win. Cranbrook v Yarramundi into the final few strokes. There's nothing between these two, and it will stay that way. I think maybe Yarramundi by a smidge, but we'll wait on final confirmation for that. They finished almost dead even with the Cranbrook crew in the middle of the course, and then back across we've got Gibson Grammar in lane number 6. Marist College coming up towards the finish line now in lane number 5, and then the second Gibson Grammar crew in lane number 7. Our final heat of the Schoolboy Year 9 Quad Sculls is underway, and again it is fastest 7 throughout to go through to the A final, then the next fastest 7 through to the B final. So lane 2 from Redlands, we have Arari McLaughlin, Zach Purdy, Christopher Ferros, Cooper McDonald and Logan Trass. In lane 3 from Cranbrook, Perry Martin, Flynn Henderson, Archibald Simons, Frederick Emmanuel and Thomas Laux. In lane 4 from Marist, Edward Hassel, Liam Curry, Alex Colbert, Liam Charles, William Webber. In lane 5 from Marist, Oscar Battaglia, Tom Barrett, Jim Caldwell, Theodore Campton and George Smythe. Lane 6 from Marist College, Noah Gill, Tyler Fisher, Harry Whitton, Henry Smythe and Finlay Gill-Fillin. And lane 7 from Yarramundi, Cooper Lewis, Owen Jansen, Oliver Barnes, Hudson Warren and Francesca Quigley is their coxswain. After this race, we've got the 3 Year 9 Schoolgirl coxed quad heats. Then we'll start our lunch break, and 10 minutes into the lunch break, it is our exhibition race with rowers representing all of our ACT schools, along with a couple of VIPs from the ACT. Sarah Cook, the Chief Executive Officer of Rowing Australia and 2-time Olympian, as well as the Governor-General of Australia, Her Excellency Ms Samantha Mostyn. So looking forward to seeing that race at just after 10:30. Don't forget as well, we've got presentations following the regatta. So that will be down at Western Park. So make sure you get yourselves down to Western Park to be able to watch those ones. And so that will be the trophy presentations for both the ACT Head of the Lake and also the ACT Junior Championships, which were held yesterday. March in Canberra can be something absolutely special, and we're seeing that today with the conditions. They are absolutely perfect, and certainly for the Marist College crew in lane number 3, they're very much enjoying it because they're leading the Marist College crew in lane number 6. And then over on the right-hand side, we have the Redlands 1 crew who are also motoring quite nicely as well. So they may just be in the lead ahead of the 2 Marist crews in lanes 4 and 6, and then back a little bit further, we've got Cranbrook in lane number 3, Marist in lane number 5, and Yarramundi in lane 7. So our leading crews coming up towards the finish. It's faster 7. Winning doesn't get you through necessarily. Redlands, Marist and Marist None of these crews are letting up as they're heading down towards the finish line. It is a case of which stripes are going to go through and take this heat win. Marist College 2 in lane 6. They pushed hard over the last 250 metres. They've got their bow balls out in front. Marist College 3 also with theirs ahead of Redlands. They're coming up towards the finish. It's Marist 2, then Redlands, then Marist 3. Oh my word, that was a good comeback over the last 50 metres from Redlands. Put themselves in the best possible position to qualify for the A final. Cranbrook, they're going to come across in 4th place ahead of Marist College 4 in lane number 5, and then back to Yarramundi. So a great race between our 3 leading crews in the 4th heat of the Schoolboy Year 9 coxed quads. So we'll wait on final confirmation for the winners, for the people going through to the A final, the B final, the C final. Remember, you can check that online, regattas.rowingact.org.au. We're underway, race 36. It's heat 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 coxed quads. 1st and 2nd through to the A final, 3rd and 4th through to the B final, with 5th and 6th going through to the C final. Lane 2 from Redlands, Rose Collier, Alice Connell, Matilda Hugman, Sarah Yates and Despina Cornelli. Lane 3 from Barker College, Christabel Shue, Yiwin Howard, Yujia Zhu, Ivy Kim, Thomas Chambers, coached by Alexandra Wenyan. Lane 4 from Redlands, Fiona Russell, Amelia Wells, Avon Briscoe, Alice Benath and Kyra Benoliel. In lane 5 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Zoe Tran, Chloe Owen, Camilla Griffin, Layla Biddington, Lucia Wildman is their coxswain. Lane 6 from Canberra Girls Grammar, we have Leila Mason, Sienna Pappas, Caitlin Burney, Cordelia Valentine and Isabella Rose. And lane 7 from Darren Marlin, Olivia Spirit, Kaylee Deisker, Ava Rathel, Zoe Glover and Emmy Cook. So back to a standard progression for the Schoolgirl Year 9 coxed quads. Canberra Girls Grammar in lane number 5, out in front at the moment, and they're ahead of Darren Marlin in lane number 7. So they're our 1 and 2 to go through to the A final. 3rd and 4th, well, that's a lovely little battle going on. We've got Redlands in lane number 2, across from Barker College in lane 3, and then Canberra Girls Grammar in lane number 6 as well, also not without a shout. And then back a bit further to the Redlands 2 crew in lane number 4. Out in front though, the Canberra Girls Grammar crew, Tran, Owen, Griffin, Biddington and Wildman, looking very comfortable out in front, just dropping that rate down, save the energy, save the legs. They're going to finish a boat length ahead of Darren Marlin, Spirit, Deisker, Rathel, Glover and Cook. And they'll meet again in the A final of the Schoolgirl Year 9 quad sculls. Coming in behind them, who's going to go through to the B final? Well, Barker College have made their move. They're sitting ahead of Redlands and the second Canberra Girls Grammar crew. It'll be between Redlands and CGGS as to who else goes through to the B final. Barker College, they've qualified for the B final. They finished 3rd in their heat. Redlands are going to finish 4th and qualify for the B final ahead of Canberra Girls Grammar in 5th place. And then back a little bit further to 6 Redlands 2 crew. Now I'm going to call out the crews, race 37, heat number 2. So Canberra Grammar, Abigail Hardy, Lucia Capezio, Caitlin Stoker, Estelle Fogarty, Scarlett Mukherjee. Lane 3, Grace Rolston, Emily Lenfield, Lucy Dale, Audrey Blacker, Memphis Lynham. Lane 4, Gibson Grammar, Ashley Taylor, Jessie Daly, Jessica Durand, Emily Henderson, Victoria Adams. Lane 5, Canberra Grammar, Tatiana Bowen, Harper Nottle, Ruby Smith, Harriet Digweed and Ada Barger. And lane 6 from Arana, Lindsay Colcliffe, Ava Wheatley, Gaia Zeri, Allegra Macklin, and Manon Castro. So those crews are underway in heat number 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 coxed quads. So we'll have those results as they come over the finish line as we get ready for our exhibition race following race 38, heat number 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 quad sculls. So we are now underway in the second session of play here at the 2025 ACT Head of the Lake Regatta. We're starting off with the B final for the Schoolboy Year 10 coxed quads. Lane 2 from Yarramundi, we have Ben Axford, Dylan Perkins, Jaden Gray, James Curran, and their coxswain is Patrick Curran. Lane 3 from Cranbrook, Noah Elsky, Cato Johnson, Rupert Savage, Forbes Blackston. Their coxswain is Harry Foy and their coach Sam Carroll. Lane 4 from Radford College, Marcus Grimer, Andrew Wren, Ricky Tang, Rupert Keeling and their coxswain Charles Kendall. Lane 5 from Gibson Grammar, Luca Kepitipola, Cohen Cook, Oscar Wilkins, Obi Vardy and their coxswain Tristan Wakeham, coached by Matthew Dawson. Lane 6 from Cranbrook, we have Milo Gibney, Felix Leisha, Edmund Granger, Nicholas Long, Isaac Cody is their cox and coached by Sam Carroll. And then lane 7 from Redlands, we have Noah Jeston, Sam Turton, Gus O'Sullivan, Sebastian Saltz, and their coxswain is Jack Feller. So as our leading crews in the B final head towards the finish line in the Schoolboy Year 10 coxed quads, a reminder for the people down at Western Park, there's a few different stalls that are available. So Marist College have a canteen running. Canberra Grammar School, they've got some ice creams up for sale, and on a day like today, you'd be mad not to. And also the ACT High Performance Program doing a little bit of fundraising with their barbecue. So that's all down at Western Park. You'll be able to jump in and get some stuff from there. Out on the water, we have what looks to be Radford College out in the lead. So they're in lane number 3 as they're coming up towards the 500 metre buoy. Off to their left-hand side, we've got Gippsland Grammar, and they're also starting to push hard. So this is the B final for the Schoolboy Year 10 coxed quads. Our first race of the afternoon session. 24 races to get through this afternoon, and then remember at the end of racing we do have the presentation of trophies for both the ACT Head of the Lake and also the ACT Junior Championship Regatta from yesterday. Into now to the final 250 metres, and Gippsland Grammar have made their move. They've gotten ahead of the crew from Radford College. Off on their left-hand side, you've got the Cranbrook crew who are sitting in 3rd place at the moment, and then back a little bit further to Redlands in lane number 7, and then the Yarramundi crew in behind them, Cranbrook 4 in lane number 3 and Yarramundi in lane number 2. So Gippsland Grammar now, they've moved ahead of Radford. They're opening up a bit of an advantage with every stroke. So with about 150 metres to go, Gippsland Grammar, Radford, Cranbrook, and then back to Redlands, Cranbrook and Darramarlin. So Gippsland Grammar, our visitors from Sale, out in front of the B final of the Schoolboy Year 10 Cox Quad. Have Radford got a response? They're running out of room if they do. It's a clear water lead, and with only about 50 or so metres left to go, it does look like we're going to have a win in the first race of the afternoon session to the boys from Gippsland Grammar School. Kepitapola, Cook, Wilkins, Vardy and Wakeham take out the B final of the Schoolboy Year 10 Cox Quad. Second place will go to Radford College. That's Grima, Wren, Tang, Keeling and Kendall. And they'll finish ahead of the Cranbrook crew of Gibney, Leisha, Granger, Long and Cody. Redlands just coming across now, and then we have the second Cranbrook crew in lane number 3, and then Darramarlin making up our field. But the trophy race is now on. It is the A final of the Schoolboy Year 10 Cox Quad. This is for the Marist College Principals Cup. In lane number 2 from Marist College, we have Hamish Todd, James Pantano, Joshua Levy, Hugo Cole and Aidan McGurk. Lane 3 from Radford College, Darren Wang, Owen Scowcroft, Darcy Barlow, ZUQ and Ben Scowcroft. Lane 4 from Marist College, Bailey Marr, Cooper Clark, Fraser Smith, Jesse Elwood and Asher Kaser. In lane 5 from Cranbrook, we have Oscar Auden, Tate Leggett, James Campbell, Max Olchin and their coxswain Fergus Dawson-Damer, coached by Sam Carroll. Lane 6 from Radford, Kieran Brennan, Charlie Viver, William Fraser, Alexander Talby and coxed by William Huang. And then lane 7 from Cranbrook, James Walker, Carlo White, Max Mills, Samuel Perkins, Thomas Marcel is their coxswain and they're coached by Sam Carroll. So we're in for a tight finish here as they're going through the 500 metre buoy. It is Cranbrook looking like they're leading. Radford, though, not letting go. They're pushing hard over in lane number 6. And then on the other side, the second Radford crew in lane number 2 are also pushing hard to try and see if they can come away with the Marist College Principals Cup. At the moment, it's between the two, the first Radford crew and the first Cranbrook crew. Radford 2 sitting in second place, and they're ahead of Marist College in lanes 2 and 4, and then back a little bit further to the Cranbrook 2 crew over in lane number 7. Radford look to have made their move, though. They're starting to push through into the final 250 metres. Cranbrook just dropping off the pace a little bit, and they'll have to be careful that they don't get overtaken by the second Radford crew over in lane number 2. The two Marist crews battling it out nicely as well, next to the second Cranbrook crew over in lane number 7. So Cranbrook had a lead early, but Radford College are pushing hard. They want to go back with the Marist College Principals Cup. And they've got well over a boat length now. It's getting up towards clear water for the boys in maroon, and they're getting up towards the finish line, not letting that rating drop down, making sure they've still got plenty of pressure. It's Radford, Cranbrook and Radford, and it'll be tough to beat the second Radford crew for the bronze medal. But confirmation there, our winners for 2025 are Radford College, slapping the water with absolute joy. Cranbrook, stroked by Max Olchin, finishing in second place with the third place, and the bronze medal going to Radford College 2 crew. Coming through in fourth will be the Marist College 1 crew in lane number 4. They'll finish a bit over, around a boat length ahead of Cranbrook 2 in lane number 7, with the second Marist College crew in lane number 2 finishing in 6. So a fantastic win there for the crew of Brennan, Viver, Fraser, Talby and Huang. The B final for the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quads is underway. So lane 2 from Yarramundi, we have Scarlett Mansfield, Anna Lipinski, Jessica Newham, Francesca Quigley and coxed by Zoe Glover. Lane 3 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Sophia Tremopoulos, Emily Roy, Scarlett Ridd, Abby Irvine and Isla Davidson. Lane 4 from Gibson Grammar, Jaden Gomez, Charlotte Snow, Cecilia Anderson, Grace Frew. They're coxed by Vinsha Singh and coached by Eleanor Needham. Lane 5 from Redlands, Aurora Crennan, Grace Ford, Zoe Trevina, Isabella Solgard and coxed by Rose Collier. And lane 6 from Radford College, Millie Mann, Isabel Pragasam, Catherine Austin, Natalia Costanzo, and their coxswain is Pippa Harmon. Coming through the 500 metres now, and it is two of our visiting schools who are leading the B final of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad. So Redlands and Gippsland Grammar in the middle of the course, both looking very good out in front at the moment. Then it's a bit of clear water back to Radford in lane number 6, Canberra Girls Grammar in lane number 3, and Darramarlin in lane number 2. So Redlands potentially with their bow ball out in front at the moment. As they're coming in now to the Red Boys. And we'll expect to see a bit of a sprint potentially from Gippsland Grammar. Redlands still pulling away though into the last 250 metres. So it's Redlands, Gippsland Grammar, and then anyone's guess for the third place. So at the moment, Canberra Girls Grammar have themselves ahead of Darramarlin and Radford College, so they'll be pretty keen to hold on to that one and come away with third place. Out in front, Redlands though, still looking quite comfortable, rowing together as a team, pushing away from Gippsland Grammar, who themselves have plenty of clear water back to the chasing pack of Radford, Canberra Girls Grammar and Darramarlin. Can hear the Redlands coxswain at the moment. Collier really making sure that her crew go through and take this win. Don't take it easy. There's still a little bit left to go. But they can look back behind them and see that Gibson Grammar are a fair distance away, who themselves have got a bit of a distance back to Canberra Girls Grammar, who are leading Radford and Darramarlin. A couple of big strokes left to go, and it is going to be a win in the B final for Redlands. The crew of Crennan, Ford, Trevina, Solgard and Collier take the W, and they're pretty happy about that one too. Gibson Grammar now coming up for second place. So that's a crew of Gomez, Snow, Anderson, Frew and Singh. So they'll take a lovely little second place home. And then for the battle for third, we've got Canberra Girls Grammar and Radford. Radford looking like they may just have a little bit more momentum as they're coming into the final few strokes. Canberra Girls Grammar still with their bow balls out in front though. And as they come up towards the finish line, it does look like it's going to be Canberra Girls Grammar, Tremopolis, Roy, Ridd, Irvine and Davison just able to hold out Radford by about half a boat length, and then back into fifth place for the crew from Darramarlin. As we move on to the A final of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad. So this A final is for the Redlands Principals Cup. So in lane number 2, Canberra Girls Grammar, Chloe Ryan, Hannah Watch, Olivia McBride, Abby Barlow, and their coxswain Elizabeth Tarver. In lane 3 from Gibson Grammar, Alicia Turnbull, Maggie Sheridan, Eloise Tavaski, Mia Kanzides, their coxswain is Chloe Olnick, and they're coached by Eleanor Needham. Lane 4 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Fleur Baseby, Meg Story, Lucy Cordaris, Grace Disney, and their coxswain Isabella Collins. Lane 5 from Radford, Lara Clues, Phoebe Fox, Eliza Punch, Rosie Humphreys, and coxswain Ava Rath. In lane 6 from Redlands, Liv Goodland, Ava Ford, Eva Simpson, Lillian Forsyth and Alice Connell. And in lane 7 from Darramarlin, Georgia Riley, Emma Williams, Grace York, Emmy Cook, and their coxswain is Olivia Spirit. And those crews now for the Redlands Principals Cup coming up towards the final stages. We know that a Canberra Girls Grammar crew is always so hard to beat in the quads, and it's looking that way at the moment. So they are leading out from the crew from Redlands over in lane number 6. And also the crew from Gibson Grammar in lane number 3. Then it's back a little bit further to our Radford crew, and then also to the second Canberra Girls Grammar crew in lane number 2. So Canberra Girls leading Redlands and Gibson Grammar. That's our gold, silver and bronze as things stand. Darramarlin doing a bit of a push over on the far side of the course. So they're able to go through and take a sneaky bronze medal. Radford sitting in behind Darramarlin, and then back to the second Canberra Girls Grammar crew in lane 2. Out in front, it is Canberra Girls Grammar. Redlands just starting to make up a little bit of ground here. They're into the final 150 metres or so, so it'll take something big for Redlands to be able to go through and take the W. I know they'd love nothing more than to take the Redlands Principals Cup home back to Redlands this afternoon, but Canberra Girls Grammar are increasing their lead now into the final few strokes. So it is going to be a win for the girls in green. Canberra Girls Grammar School. This crew of Baseby, Story, Kadaris, Disney and Collins have only got a couple of big strokes left to go, and they are the ACT Head of the Lake champions for 2025. Second place and silver medal will go to the Redlands crew of Goodland, Ford, Simpson, Forsyth and Connell, and the bronze will go to Gibson Grammar. That's Turnbull, Sheridan, Tavaski, Kanzides and Olnick. Fourth place will go to the crew from Radford. They just pulled away from Darramarlin over the final stages of that race. Fifth place going to Darramarlin, with sixth place going to the second crew from Canberra Girls Grammar. So as we just wait for the start of our Year 8 Coxed Quad Finals, for those in the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quads, there has been a redraw of lanes. So if you can please, coaches and athletes, check the lane numbers for the Schoolgirl Year 9 Quad Finals. Schoolgirl Year 9 Quad Finals only. So we are now underway in race 44. It's the D final of the Schoolboy Year 8 Cox Quads. In lane 4 we have Barker College, and that's Harrison Scott, Harrison Mate, Gino Chung, Thomas Chambers. Their coxswain is Yujia Zhu, and they're coached by Olivia Anderson, Fraser Burdett and Finn Woodward. Lane 5 we have a Morris College crew of Nicholas Grounds, Ryan Gardner, Aidan McGurk, Tom Hickey and their coxswain George Smythe. Don't forget, there's a number of food options available down at Western Park. So we've got some ice cream courtesy of Canberra Grammar School that you can purchase. There's a canteen run by Morris College, and also to the ACT High Performance Program doing a barbecue as well. So the D final of the Schoolboy Year 8 Cox Quads, and it is Barker College with a nice clear water lead at the moment. They're into the last 200 metres or so, and looking very comfortable indeed up against this Morris College combination. So the crew from Barker, that is Scott, Mate, Chung, Chambers and Zhu. And it's about 4 or 5 lengths, so a nice clear water space between themselves and the Morris College crew of Grounds, Gardner, McGurk, Hickey and Smythe. So So 4 finals in the Schoolboy Year 8 coxed quads today. And only about 50 metres or so left to go for the first winners of our Schoolboy Year 8 coxed quad finals.
Finish from 1,000 metre, race number 45.
So Barker College just crossing the line now. They'll take the win in the D final of the Schoolboy Year 8 coxed quads. Second place going to Marist College. As we move on to the C final for the Schoolboy Year 8 coxed quad. So lane 2 from Gippsland Grammar, we have Felix Baxter, Reese Dice, Martin Thompson, Matty Canfield and Dylan Meredith. Lane 3 from Radford, Anthony Zhang, Ethan Finlay, Ryan Huang, Patrick O'Connor and Aidan Burgett. In lane 4 from Redlands, Calvin McNabb, Alexander Dunnett, Lachlan Boulderstone, Sam Parsons and their coxswain James Dorey. In lane 5 from Cranbrook, Henry White, Kian Austin, Robert Walker, Sol Golovsky and coxed by Thomas Marcel. And then lane 6 also from Cranbrook, Balthazar Pellegrini, Charles Corano, Harry Retief, Michael Michalopoulos and coxed by Harry Foy. So our leading crews coming up now to the final 250 metres. It's the C final of the Year 8 Schoolboy coxed quads. And our crew in the middle of the course from Redlands with the lead at the moment. Not too far behind them are the crew from Radford College in lane number 3. And then across on the other side, they've got the Cranbrook 4 crew in lane number 5. And then back again to Cranbrook's 5 in lane 6. And then Gippsland Grammar over in lane number 2. So Redlands still with that lead at the moment ahead of Radford College and Cranbrook 4. Cranbrook starting to move up though. Are they able to go through and pinch that second place? Also the Cranbrook 5 crew over on the far side of the course have really started to motor and get themselves ahead of their classmates. So you would imagine that there is plenty of bragging rights up for grabs at the moment between those two Cranbrook crews. Out in front though, no issues there for Redlands. They are sitting in the lead at the moment, and a little bit of clear water, not as convincing as the D final was for Barker College, but still in a great place with only about 100 metres or so left to go. Radford and the two Cranbrook crews are both battling it out for the minor placings. Who's going to be able to get second, who's going to get third, and who's going to miss out in fourth place? Out in front, Redlands just striking the water now. They've only got a few strokes left to go. They've got the win if they can hold on for those last few strokes. Then it's Cranbrook 5, Cranbrook 4 and Radford all going at once. We've had a crab for one of the Cranbrook crews. The Cranbrook 5 crew moving ahead. Radford into the final stages as well. Redlands have got the W. It's going to be between Radford and Cranbrook for second place. And it is almost dead even, so we'll wait on confirmation. It was Cranbrook 5 and Radford for second place. One of them will get second, one of them will get third. Unfortunately, the Cranbrook 4 crew, stroked by Golovsky, unfortunately there was a crab just towards the end there, and it did mean that they lost momentum and finished out of the placings. Gippsland Grammar will come across in 5th place, so again, we'll keep an eye out on that result between Cranbrook 5 and Radford College. Our next race is underway, and it's the B final of the Schoolboy Year 8 Coxed Quads. So in lane number 2, we have Gus Paulsford, Keelan O'Kelly, Alexander Kitto, Archer Tremaine and James Walsh from Cranbrook. Lane 3, Darren Kay, Jack Meyer, Julius Liver, William Toole and Thomas Lukes from Cranbrook. Lane 4 from Canberra Grammar, we have Sufwan Idris, Sage Wood, Toby Reiner, Finn Budd and Leon Casey. In lane 5 from Marist College, Xander Berg, Louis Barman, Asher Kesa and Paul Mandich, coxed by Finlay Gilfillan. Lane 6 from Barker College, Benjamin Bleasel, Ethan Winters, Jacob Stewart, Lincoln Gould and coxed by Christabel Shue, coached by Fraser Anderson and Finn Woodward. And then lane 7 from Darragh Marlin, Jono Axford, Matthew Goad, Josh Scarlett, Lockie Scarlett, and their coxswain is Kaylee Deisker. Coming into the final 250 of the B final of the Schoolboy Year 8 Coxed Quads, and it's Cranbrook in lane number 2 who have the lead at the moment ahead of their classmates next to them, and then a couple across Canberra Grammar 2 sitting in second place, but also trying to make that move now over the last 250 on Cranbrook. Over on the far side we've got Barker College and Darragh Marlin, both also looking to go through and perhaps sneak themselves into that bronze medal position. Here come Canberra Grammar. They're making their move now on Cranbrook. Marist is starting to move up on the second Cranbrook crew to see if they can go through to third place. Barker College also putting some big strokes in ahead of Darragh Marlin. It's down to the last 150 metres in Canberra Grammar. They're making ground with every stroke. Are they going to be able to get through Cranbrook? Here comes the Cranbrook response. They're pushing hard as well. It is Canberra Grammar and Cranbrook going for it, stroke for stroke. 100 metres or so left to go now. It is CGS versus Cranbrook. Cranbrook pushing in the big strokes. Have Canberra Grammar gone too early? Can Cranbrook hold on? I think they might just be able to. It's coming down to the very end now, and it will be a win for Cranbrook by half a boat length ahead of Canberra Grammar. A fantastic race from both those crews over the last 250 metres in particular. It is the Cranbrook 3 crew who will finish in third place, a boat length ahead of Marist, who themselves are half a boat length ahead of Barker College, and then back to Darragh Marlin. So the win in the B final going to the Cranbrook crew of Paulsford, O'Kelly, Kitto, Tremaine and Walsh. So that was the B final, and an exciting B final it was in the Schoolboy Year 8 Cox Quad. But we're now up to the A final. This is for the Marist College Cup. So in our A final, it is now underway. In lane 2 from Gippsland Grammar, we have Hyde Lulich, Max Williamson, Jack Sheridan, Cooper Sampson, and coxed by Alex Dimitropoulos. Lane 3 from Redlands, Anthony Vass, Oliver Stojanovic, Jackson Humphreys, Bear Whitelaw and coxed by Logan Trass. Lane 4 from Cranbrook, Lachlan Randall White, Miles Gregory, Oliver Pietzer, Oscar Derry and Arlo Pollack. Lane 5 from Canberra Grammar, Liam Marburg, Chris Ward, Finn Rangia, Jamie Brackich and their coxswain Idant Tamalapalli. In lane 6 from Barker College, Isaac Weisenbeek, Lars Volberg, Harrison Carter, Lorenzo Stimoli. Coxswain is Ollie Downley and coached by Finn Woodward and Fraser Burdett, Olivia Anderson. And then lane 7 from Canberra Grammar, Adi Kadan, Dashel Airy, Samuel Rawlings, Maximo Andrighetto, and they're coxed by Gabrielle Leach. A reminder that presentation of the Marist College Cup and all of our trophies from the last 2 days worth of racing will be done at Western Park at the conclusion of this regatta. So make sure you're down at Western Park for that one. A big thank you to all the volunteers that have helped out over the last couple of days. So that includes our parents from around the schools here in the ACT who have given up their time to be able to not only watch their kids row, but also help make the regatta a success. On behalf of Rowing ACT, I'd like to thank everyone who has volunteered their time. And of course, we can't forget our boat race officials who've also volunteered a lot of their time. It's been a big couple of days. I'm knackered and all I do is talk on a microphone. Our boat race officials are there from very early in the morning right through until after the close of play each day. So a big thank you to Catherine Garrington and her team of BROs. They're keeping an eye out now because we are getting towards the finish of the A final for the Schoolboy Year 8 Coxed Quads. We have Canberra Grammar, Redlands, Cranbrook's in there as well. Canberra Grammar leading Cranbrook. Redlands potentially in third place, but a couple across from them. We've got Barker College in lane number 6, also looking to take their first Division 1 or A final of the regatta. So CGS, Barker and Cranbrook. Redlands sitting in 4th place. Second Canberra Grammar crew over in lane number 7. They're sitting in 5th place, and then back a little bit further to the Gippsland Grammar crew in lane number 2. Out in front, Canberra Grammar with the boat length over Barker and Cranbrook. It'll take a big effort from Barker if they're going to be able to go through and take the trophies. They're coming in now towards the last 100 metres or so. It's tidy sculling here from the boys from Canberra Grammar School though, and they're now just starting to push away from Barker. It's gone from overlap to clear water now between first and second. Cranbrook are pushing up on Barker. They may be able to get a silver here. Out in front, there's no doubt the Morris College Cup's going to Canberra Grammar School for 2025. The silver medal, who's going to take that one? It is absolutely neck and neck, but I think Cranbrook have just rode through Barker at the very end to take the silver medal. Bronze to Barker College, 4th place going to Redlands, and then in behind them we have the second Canberra Grammar crew in lane number 7 ahead of Gibson Grammar in lane number 2. But our champions for 2025, Marburg, Ward, Rangier, Brackage, Thamalapalli from Canberra Grammar School. So we're now underway in race number 48. It's the C final of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quads. Lane 2 from Redlands, we have Fiona Russell, Miranda Tahu Gonzalez, Amelia Wells, Alice Benath, and coxswain Avon Briscoe. In lane 3 from Radford College, Shannon Clues, Hannah Bettison, Ria Niranjane, Sanvi Yelamathi, and their coxswain Matilda Hunt. Lane 4 from Gibson Grammar, Indy Masters, Erin Smith, Ava Alexander, Early Ferris, and their coxswain Grace Cook. Lane 5 from Gibson Grammar, Sarah Black, Taylor Good, Hannah Mack, Mia Nethercote, and coxswain Alicia Turnbull. Lane 6 from Darramundi, Ava Connolly, Charlie Hannaford, Ashley Fordham, Lucinda Oven, and their coxswain Laura Corkill. Lane 7 from Gibson Grammar, Lulu Hodges, Heidi Eichen, Millie Dre, Tori Williams, and their coxswain is Jaden Gomez. So as we're in now to the last 300 metres or so of the C final of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quads, and it is a fascinating race coming up ahead, because as they're crossing towards the red buoys, there are about 4 or 5 crews all lined up ready to go, and there is not a lot to pick between them. So we've got 2 Gippsland Grammar crews in the middle of the course. They're in lanes 4 and 5. And then across from them, we've got Radford College in lane number 3, Redlands in lane number 2, and then Yarramundi in lane number 6. So it's really only the Gippsland Grammar crew in lane 7 that you would say is out of the running at the moment. The Radford College 2 crew in lane 3 just starting to drop off now, so we're starting to see a couple of crews pull away. Yarramundi, they're making their move over in lane number 6, and then a couple across from them, the Gippsland Grammar crew in lane 4, stroked by Ferris, coxed by Cook. They're sitting in second place ahead of the other Gippsland Grammar crew in lane number 5. But there's not a lot to pick between our leading few crews, and Redlands over in lane number 2 also pushing and pushing hard. We've got a few crews all within very close proximity. We've had a crab from the Darra crew. The Darra crew have had a crab. They've had something go wrong with the equipment, and they've come to a stop, which does mean, though, that Gippsland Grammar are now in the lead, and it is a Gippsland Grammar 1 and 2 as they're coming in to the final stages now. Such a shame for the Yarramundi crew with only about 100 metres or so left to go. It's Gippsland Grammar in lane number 4 who have the lead. They have some clear water between themselves and the other Gippsland Grammar crew, and it is going to be a win there for the crew of Masters, Smith, Alexander, Ferris and Cook. They'll take the W in the C final, and I reckon they might just have enjoyed that a bit. Second place, the second Gippsland Grammar crew. They've finished just under a boat length ahead of the Redlands crew in 3rd. Radford College coming through in 4th. Gippsland Grammar in 5th place over in lane number 7, and then the Yarramundi crew in lane number 6. It does look like the bow seat did have an equipment issue, and really unfortunate because they were absolutely pushing for the win until they had that equipment failure. So just the 3 girls rowing for Yarramundi now over these final stages. But I think the competitors at the finish will be very generous with the applause as they come up towards the finish line now. B final is underway for the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad. So in lane 2 from Radford College, Kate Lone, Jemima Bestwick, Ashley Ward, Antonia Moran, and their coxswain is Sophie Sula. In lane 3 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Olive Mufarij, Nathara Panagoda, Stefania Havas, Alice Disney, and coxswain Millie Levy. In lane 4 from Canberra Grammar, Lekka Viswanathan, Adele Penpras, Isabel Hogan, Delilah Shakespeare, and coxswain Adele Cox. In lane 5 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Lorna Bassingthwaite, Sienna Gately, Annie McMillan, Harriet Russell, and Angeline Jose. In lane 6 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Emily Doikas, Matilda Bladen, Lucinda Barlow, Lucy Morrow, and Lucia Wildman is their cox. And lane 7 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Grace Tully, Tabitha Campbell, Amelia Russell, Carrie Baseby, and their coxswain Michaelia Gomez. So the 4 Canberra Girls Grammar crews in this race, and it does, just for some, as you probably expect, we've got a Canberra Girls Grammar crew out in front. So this is the B final of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quads, and is the Canberra Girls Grammar crew in lane number 3 who have the lead at the moment. They've got to keep an eye out because the Girls Grammar crew in lane 7 are starting to motor and to put a little bit of pressure on into the last 250 metres. Then back a little bit further, we've got Radford College in lane number 2, and then across from them we've got the Canberra Grammar crew in lane number 4, and then the other Canberra Girls Grammar crews in lanes 5 and 6. So at the front, it's two Canberra Girls Grammar Crews. You would have to say it's going to be one of them that's going to take the win in this B final. The Canberra Girls Grammar Crew in lane number 3 against the Canberra Girls Grammar Crew in lane number 7. Who's going to go through and take the win? It's still the Girls Grammar in lane 3, still holding on to that lead at the moment. You can see a few heads looking out to the right for the coxswain, looking out to the left for the rowers themselves. There's not a lot to pick between the two of them. It's Radford moving up into 3rd place ahead of the other two Canberra Girls Grammar Crews, and then Canberra Grammar School in 6th place at the moment. Final stages now. Canberra Girls Grammar, stroked by Baseby, coxed by Gomez. Are they going to be able to row through the Disney Levy combination? I don't think they will. They'll just run out of water. A couple of big strokes left to go, and it's a win for Canberra Girls Grammar in lane number 3, and then 2nd place going to Canberra Girls Grammar in lane number 7. And then coming through for the bronze, is it going to be Girls Grammar 1, 2 and 3? Well, Radford's got something to say about that. They've got a few big strokes left to go, and they're going to take 3rd place for Radford College. 4th place will go to Girls Grammar in lane 5, and then Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 6, finishing in 5th, and then Canberra Grammar School in 6th place. But we are now underway for the A final of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quads. Lane 2 from Redlands, Despina Cornell, Sammy Halliday, Annalise Beatty, Pearl Brown and Kyra Benoliel. In lane 3 from Canberra Grammar, Marie Nolan, Isabel Doherty, Isla Moran, Eloise Bushby and their coxswain Scarlett Mukherjee. In lane 4 from Canberra Girls Grammar, we have Felicity Hazlitt, Erin Riley, Grace Fogarty, Alexandra Cordaris and Madison Auger. In lane 5 from Canberra Grammar, Holly Bodman, Isabel Jardine, Danica Dixon, Sassy O'Brien and Ariana Stoya is their coxswain. Lane 6 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Alexia Franco, Olivia McCallum, Annabelle Treloar, Saskia Hillage and coxswain Memphis Lynham. And lane 7 from Canberra Grammar, Charlotte Roche, Claudia Koenig, Eloise McFarlane, Hannah O'Donnell and their coxswain is Anna Scanlon. So it's our crews in lanes 4 and 5 with the lead at the moment. It's Canberra Grammar versus Canberra Girls Grammar. Canberra Grammar may just have their bow ball out in front at the moment. Back then to Canberra Grammar in lane number 3, and then we've got Redlands in lane number 2, Canberra Grammar in lane number 7, and then back a little bit further to Canberra Girls Grammar in lane number 6. So we're into the final stages now. We've seen this Canberra Grammar crew, they won yesterday in the under-15 women's quads. They're being pushed hard here though. They won by 24 seconds in the heat, and now they're being pushed by this Canberra Girls Grammar crew. We're in now to the final 150 metres or so. It's still Canberra Grammar leading Canberra Girls Grammar, and then Canberra Grammar and two more Canberra Grammar crews battling it out for 3rd place. It does look like the crew in lane number 7 may just have their bow balls out in front. There's overlap now between Canberra Grammar and Canberra Girls Grammar, but only about 50 metres or so left to go. Canberra Grammar, you can see them starting to push. Canberra Girls Grammar are making up every stroke. They're just getting a little bit closer, but with a couple of strokes left, it is going to be a win for the girls from Canberra Grammar School. The parents will be dancing like Belinda Carlisle, like they're at a Belinda Carlisle concert. 2nd place going to Canberra Girls Grammar, that crew in lane number 4, with 5th place going to one of the Canberra Grammar crews. We'll get confirmation on that one. Redlands coming through in 5th place ahead of Canberra Girls Grammar in 6th. So that was the winning crew of Bodman, Jardine, Dixon, O'Brien and Stoya. And they will be presented with the CGS plate for the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quads at the presentations at the end of the regatta. So that was race number 50. That was the A final for the Schoolgirl Year 8 coxed quads. We're moving on now to the Schoolboy coxed fours. And coincidentally enough, we have 4 entries in this. They're all from Canberra Grammar School and they are all for the CGS Rowing Association Cup. So lane 3, Ethan Murphy, Benjamin McGregor, Cameron Schmidt, Alexander Griffiths and Timothy Robson is their coxswain and they're coached by Scott Chesterton. Lane 4 from we have Bryce Ellis, Thomas Olofsson, Maxwell Chesworth, Byron Ellis and Cooper Alcorn, coached by Riley Taylor. Lane 5 we have Thomas Berry, Oliver Pracey, Alistair Bridgewater, Archie Vagg and Gabrielle Bowman, coached by Riley Taylor. And lane 6 Lucas McLean, Marcus Tremopoulos, Nicholas Vandervolt, Magnus Dafter and Teniola Balagun, and their coach is Scott Chesterton. So as we wait for our next race to come down the course, a reminder there's plenty of food and stuff available down at Western Park. So we've got Radford College with some cakes, Canberra Grammar with some ice creams, Morris College with a canteen, the ACT High Performance Program with some with a barbecue as well. So all that's down at Western Park. We'll also be down at Western Park at the end of the regatta for the presentation of trophies for both the ACT Head of the Lake and the 2025 ACT Junior Championships. So our 4-4s for the Schoolboy coxed 4s and the CGS Rowing Association Cup coming down the course. And it is the Canberra Grammar 1 crew leading out the Canberra Grammar 2 crew. And I think they'll certainly be very keen in those top 2 crews to make sure they come away with the W for this one. We saw an upset in the Schoolboy 8s earlier on today where the Canberra Grammar 2 crew got the win over the Canberra Grammar 1 crew. So the 2 leading crews at the moment definitely not mucking around at the moment. So it's the 1 crew in lane number 3 leading the 2 crew in lane number 6 by a bit over a boat length, and then some clear water back to the 3 and 4 crews in lanes 4 and 5. Into the final stages now, and some big pushes coming here. Some nice rowing, some good sprint work shown here from the crew of Ethan Murphy, Benjamin McGregor, Cameron Schmidt, Alexander Griffiths and Timothy Robson. They'll go through and take the CGS Rowing Association Cup for 2025. They'll finish a few boat lengths ahead of the Canberra Grammar 2 crew of Lucas McLean, Marcus Tremopoulos, Nicholas Vandervolt, Magnus Stafter and Teniola Balogun. In the battle for bronze, it is the crew in lane number 5. So that's Berry, Pracey, Bridgewater, Vag and Bowman with a boat length lead over Ellis, Olofsson, Chesworth, Ellis and Alcorn. Just starting to close that gap a little bit, but it won't quite be enough. It's about half a boat length between the 3 crew in lane 5 and the 4 crew in lane number 4. So our 4 crews finishing lane 3, lane 6, lane 5 and lane 4. Our next race is underway as well, and it's race number 52, the Schoolgirl Coxed 4s, and this is for the Donoghue Family Shield. Again, all of our crews from Canberra Grammar School after we did have a scratching earlier on. So lane 2 from Canberra Grammar, Alice Allen, Claire Templeton, Abigail Reiner, Edith Warboys and Isla Morgan, and they're coached by Mike Brady. Lane 3, Iris Rangia, Ella Vannon, Ella Shockley, Eliza Jones, Lucy Robbins, and they're coached by Kendall Brody. Lane 5, Nellie Byron, Sophia Smith, Estella Robertson, Hannah Griffiths, and Sophia Matz, coached by Kendall Brody. And lane 6, Madeline Dearlove, Charlotte Lynch, Izzy Massey, Ailey Webb, and Gabrielle Bowman. So with our crews coming up towards the final stages now for the Donoghue Family Shield for the Schoolgirl Coxed 4s. So it is the Canberra Grammar 1 crew of Byron Smith, Robertson and Griffiths, and Sophia Matz as their coxswain. Estella Robertson and Hannah Griffiths medalled at the recent New South Wales Rowing Championships in the under-19 pairs, and not a surprise to see them out in front at the moment in the Schoolgirls Coxed 4s. They're leading out Rangia, Vannon, Shockley, Jones and Robbins in second place. So a little bit of clear water between first and second, and then a bit of clear water then between second and third. So Allen, Templeton, Reiner, Warboys and Morgan ahead of Dearlove, Lynch, Massey, Webb and Bowman. So our leading crew just coming up towards the finish, and you can hear the coxswain, Sophia Matz, making sure that they're not letting up, still maintaining a good rhythm, still maintaining a good stroke rate, nice clean blade work, making sure that they're still getting that full pressure through, and a great way of practicing ahead of next week's head of the river up in Sydney, and also the Australian Rowing Championships down at Lake Barrington a little bit later on this month. So a win, confirmation of the win for Nellie Byron, Sophia Smith, Estella Robertson, Hannah Griffiths and Sophia Matz. They will take the Donahue Family Shield for the Schoolgirls Coxed Fours for 2025. Second place will go to the crew of Rangier, Vannon, Shockley, Jones and Robbins, and then they'll finish ahead of the Canberra Grammar 3 crew of Alan Templeton, Reiner, Warboys and Morgan. They've only got a few big strokes left to go, and they'll finish in third place ahead of Dear Love, Lynch, Massey, Webb and Bowman in fourth. We are underway in race number 53. It's the D final of the Schoolboy Year 9 Coxed Quads. In lane 3 from Cranbrook, we have Max Mandrescu, Arian Matani, Oscar Gerard and Felix Parry Husbands, and their coxswain Harry Foy. Lane 4 from Cranbrook, Ethan Skurnick, Jesse Lane, Cody Ogg, Matthew Morris, and their coxswain Isaac Cody. Lane 5 from Maris, Daniel Yates, Eli Moore, Lucas Masso, Patrick Webber and Paul Mandich. And lane 6 from Gippsland Grammar, Austin Hasler, Cooper Sampson, Dylan Meredith, John Brewer. Coxswain is Maddie Canfield and their coach Matthew Dawson. So the Schoolboy Year 9 Coxed Quad, so we've got D, C, B and A finals, and they're all going for this particular event was the one where the crews had to go through and make sure they set the fastest time. So it does look like all of our heat winners went through, but it was the fastest 7 crews that went through to the A final, then the next 7 fastest crews going through to the B final. The A final will be rowing for the Marist College Principals Cup, which will be presented after the regatta at Western Park. And with all our crews setting fairly even times, we're expecting some really great racing over these next few goes. At the moment, it is Cranbrook number 4 who have the lead. So that is Skurnick, Lane, Ogg, Morris and Cody. So they're leading off the Marist College crew over to their left-hand side. Then the Cranbrook 5 crew in lane number 3 and Gippsland Grammar in lane number 6. So Cranbrook still with that lead into the last 150 metres, and it looks like it's going to be a Cranbrook 1 and 2. The Cranbrook 5 crew now moving ahead of Marist College in the closing stages, and then back a little bit further to the crew from Gippsland Grammar. And again, a big thank you to all of our visiting clubs and schools over the last couple of days. We've seen Cranbrook, Redlands, Gippsland Grammar School. We also had rowers from Shoalhaven Rowing Club coming up yesterday for the ACT Junior Championships. And the weather certainly turning it on for them all. Cranbrook, they'll take the win in the D final. Congratulations to that crew. Is it going to be a Cranbrook 1 and 2? The coxswain in that second Cranbrook crew, he's making absolutely dead certain of them, not letting his crew ease up at all as they head towards the finish. It is Cranbrook 1 and 2. Coming through in third will be the crew from Marist College, who finished about a boat length back in third, and then they'll finish ahead of the team from Gippsland Grammar in fourth. As we move on to the C final, which is now underway. So the C final of the Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quads. Lane 1 from Yarramundi, we have Cooper Lewis, Owen Jansen, Oliver Barnes, Hudson Warren and Francesca Quigley. Lane 2 from Redlands, Leo Campbell, Morgan Besley, Emilio Dressler, Michael Coonan and Julian Lundberg. Lane 3 from Barker College, Toby Kaganoff, Charles Hodgson, Hugo Tung, Nathaniel Ward, Benjamin Bleasel, coached by Kalen Routley and Ryan Gibson. Lane 4 from Gippsland Grammar, Edward Greenwell, Ethan McDougall, Nahian Uden, Jack Powell-Lee, Tristan Wakem, and their coach Matthew Dawson. Lane 5 from Cranbrook, Perry Martin, Flynn Henderson, Archibald Simons, Frederick Emmanuel and Thomas Laux. Lane 6 from Maris, Oscar Pataglia, Tom Barrett, Jim Caldwell, Theodore Campton and George Smythe. And Lane 7 from Canberra Grammar, Michael Satsias, Yas Shah, Timmy Jiang, Matty Milne and Koya Napa. Coming in now to the final 250 metres here in this C final, and it does look to be Cranbrook leading out Gippsland Grammar, and then back a little bit further to Marist College, Barker College, sitting in behind them, and then Redlands and the crew from Canberra Grammar on the far side. It does look like there may have been a little issue with the Yarramundi crew over in lane number 2. So the boat race officials are on that one. So the six crews coming down towards the finish line. It is Cranbrook looking to make it 2 from 2 in the Schoolboy Year 9 Coxed Quad Finals. They've got a nice boat length lead over Marist College, who've moved up into second, ahead of Gippsland Grammar into third. Barker College in fourth, Canberra Grammar and Redlands battling it out for fifth and sixth. Final 100 metres or so, it's still Cranbrook. How much did the heats take out of all of these crews where you knew you had to push to try and get as high a position in the higher final as you possibly could? Cranbrook, boat length lead. Here come Gippsland Grammar trying to row through Marist again. They're pushing really hard as well. It's Cranbrook, Gippsland Grammar, Marist now sitting, drop back into third place. Barker in fourth, Redlands in fifth, Canberra Grammar in sixth. It's going to be a win for the crew from Cranbrook. That's 2 from 2 in the finals for the Schoolboy Year 9s. Gippsland Grammar finishing second, half a boat length ahead of Marist College. Barker College just enough to hold off a fast finishing Redlands in fifth place, with Canberra Grammar School finishing in sixth. Some great rowing there in the C final of the Year 9 Schoolboy Quad Sculls. So we'll get underway shortly in the B final. So just run through the crews in the B final of the Schoolboy Year 9 Quad Sculls. So from Canberra Grammar School, we have Samuel McCormack, Edward Fay, Oscar Timpson, Archer Glaskin and coxed by William Brown. Lane 2 from Cranbrook, Harry Moylan, Lucas Aiello, Thomas Stallone, Oliver Southwell Keeley and James Walsh. In lane 3 also from Cranbrook, we have Ishan Gina, Sam Farquhar, Sebastian Koshkar, Jensen Lee and Arlo Pollack. Lane 4 from Darramarlin, James Allison, Alexander Donaldson, Felix Pentoni, Sam Keeley and Scarlett Mansfield. Lane 5 from Marist, Edward Hassel, Liam Curry, Alex Colbert, Liam Charles and William Webber. In lane 6 from Canberra Grammar, Alexander King, Jacob Mand, Oscar Harris Talbot, Noah Webb and coxswain Tommy Weir. And lane 7 from Bradford College, Archie Davis, Jun Yu Wang, Billy Miller, Ethan Whitaker and Aidan Burgett is their coxswain. B final of the Schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quads. It was the 8th through 14th fastest crews in the heats that are in this race. And I tell you what, as they're coming up now towards the red boys, marking 250 metres left to go, there is not a lot to pick between any of these crews. 7 across the course, but only one of them can come away with the win in this B final. Radford College out in front at the moment, but a big push coming here from Cranbrook, the 1 and 2 crews in lanes 3 and 2. Also Canberra Grammar 2 over in lane number 1. They're starting to push hard as well. In the middle, we've got Yarramundi, Marist College, and the Canberra Grammar 3 crew in lane number 6. It is absolutely anybody's guess as to who is going to come away with this race win, and I cannot wait for the A final. Canberra Grammar 2 over in lane number 1. They're in the lead at the moment. Radford in lane number 7. They're pushing hard as well. And here comes Cranbrook number 2 crew, Cranbrook 1 crew in lane number 3. There's only about 150 or so metres left to go. It's CGS, Cranbrook and Radford. Yarramundi now. Here comes their push towards the final stages. It's an absolute sprint coming into it. It's 50 metres left to go. Canberra Grammar in lane number 1. Have they got enough to hold on? They're just ahead of Cranbrook. Radford just dropping off the pace. It's a win for Canberra Grammar. They've finished half a boat length ahead of Cranbrook, and then who's going to take the bronze? It'll just be, I think, the Cranbrook 2 crew ahead of Yarramundi, and Radford just faded a little bit towards the end there. Then the second Canberra Grammar crew, and now Marist College across the line. What a fantastic race that was, gentlemen. Absolutely, probably the best one of the weekend so far. But a win for McCormack, Fay, Timpson, Glaskin and Brown from Canberra Grammar School over in lane number 1. And if you thought that was good, now it's time for the A final. These were the fastest 7 boats through the heats. And they are now underway for the Marist College Principals Cup. So in lane number 1, from Redlands, Rory McLaughlin, Zach Purdy, Christopher Ferros, Cooper McDonald and Logan Trass. In lane 2, from Marist College, Noah Gill, Tyler Fisher, Harry Whitton, Henry Smythe and Finlay Gilfillan. Lane 3, from Canberra Grammar, Julian Sousa, Brendan Brooks, Harry Rawsheim, Jackson Michaud and Tristan Nope, coached by Patrick Curtin and Ethan Zisler. In lane 4, from Marist College, Armand Lissman, Jacob Smith, Lucas Stogato, Jonah McLaughlin and their coxswain Gus Campton. Lane 5 from Barker College, Finn McKechnie, Jacob Apps, Kobe Neal, William Ryan, Cox Ollie Downing and coached by Sarah Ellis and Ryan Gibson. Lane 6 from Radford, Jay Irwin, James Bromley, Martin Koch, Victor Cumston and their coxswain Kingston Pedrotta. And lane 7 from Gippsland Grammar, we have Andre Wasserman, Eamon Brady, William Edgar, Benjamin Reynolds and their coxswain Alex Dimitropoulos and coached by Matthew Dawson. And again, it's going to be another close one here in the A final for the Marist College Principals Cup. It was close in the B final. I don't think it'll be all of the crews this time around. It does look like we've got some leaders out towards the middle of the course. So we've got Marist College 1, Barker College 1, and Canberra Grammar 1, our 3 leaders, and then a couple across from them as well. Radford College, they're not out of it yet either. So our 4-1 crews right across the middle of the course, and then it drops back a little bit to Marist College 2 in lane 2, Redlands 1 in lane 1, and Gibson Grammar in lane number 7. Probably the ones out of it at the moment. The blue stripes of Marist College now are starting to move ahead. Can they take the Marist College Principals Cup home with them to Marist? They've got a boat length lead over Canberra Grammar School, Barker and Radford College. In now to the final 150 metres. It's still Marist with that lead. Canberra Grammar, Barker and Radford. They're battling it out for the minor placings, but there's only 2 of them on offer and 3 of those crews. and then back Gibson Grammar, moving ahead of Marist 2 and Redlands number 1. Marist with that lead. It's down to the last 50 metres or so. They just need some clean blade work. They're a boat length ahead of Barker, Canberra Grammar and Radford. Barker making their move, as are Canberra Grammar. Couple of big strokes. Marist will take the win in the Marist College Cup. Second place, well, that's going to go, who's going to be anyone's guess. It is, I think, Canberra Grammar just ahead of Barker, but they'll get a medal. We're just not sure what colour they'll be. Radford College finishing in 4th place. Gibson Grammar, they're coming home for a neat little 5th. And then we'll have Marist College finishing in 6th ahead of Redlands in 7th. What a great finish that was. And a very well-deserved win to the boys from Marist College. So that was Lissman, Smith, Storgato, McLaughlin and Campton taking home the Marist College Principals Cup. It's confirmation there of a silver medal for Canberra Grammar School, just ahead of Barker College. Get ready for the start now. We'll move on to the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Final. So we'll start off with the C Final. And in lane number 3 from Canberra Grammar School, we have Abigail Hardy, Lucia Capezio, Caitlin Stoker, Estelle Fogarty, and their coxswain Scarlett Mukherjee. In lane 4 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Leila Mason, Sienna Pappas, Caitlin Burney, Cordelia Valentine, and their coxswain Isabella Rose. Lane 5 from Gibson Grammar, Lily Preston, Gemma Gibbons, Charlotte Birham, Tora Coleman, and coxswain Charlotte Snow, coached by Eleanor Needham. And lane 6 from Redlands, Fiona Russell, Amelia Wells, Haven Briscoe, Alice Banath, and their coxswain Kyra Benoliel. So it's just the 3 crews in our C final for the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quads, and it is the girls from Canberra Girls Grammar School who are in the lead at the moment. So they've got a nice Clearwater lead over Canberra Grammar in lane number 3 and Gippsland Grammar in lane number 5. So it's plenty of clear water between first and second, and then another few boat lengths back between second and third. Conditions still an absolute dream down here at the finish line. It is getting a little bit warmer though, so please remember to slip, slop, slap, or even better, just sit in the shade and make certain that you're not out in the sun. Our Gippsland Grammar crew just, Canberra Girls Grammar crew, sorry, just easing up as they get towards the finish. They've got plenty of space between them and the Canberra Grammar crew in second place, who in turn have plenty of space back to Gippsland Grammar. So with a couple of big strokes left to go, it'll be the Canberra Girls Grammar crew of Mason, Pappas, Bernie, Valentine and Rose who'll come away with the win in the C final of the Schoolgirls Year 9 Cox Quads. They let out a cheer as they cross the line, as well may they should. Canberra Grammar School will come through in second place in just a few strokes' time, with Gippsland Grammar to finish in third. The next race is the B final of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quads. In lane 2 from Redlands, we have Rose Collier, Alice Connell, Matilda Hugman, Sarah Yates and Despina Cornelli. In lane 3 from Radford, Stella Thew, Lara Ward, Winnie Howe, Emily Egan and Cox Millie Fayer. In lane 4 from Canberra Grammar, Titania Bowen, Harper Nottle, Ruby Smith, Harriet Digweed and Ada Barger. In lane 5 from Barker College, Christabel Shu, Yiwen Howard, Yujia Zhu and Ivy Kim. They're coxed by Thomas Chambers and coached by Alexandra Wenyan. Lane 6 from Canberra Girls Grammar, we have Millie Levy, Ivy Fagan, Grace McClay, Eleanor Hall and coxswain Mackenzie Burney. And lane 7 from Arana School, we have Lindsay Colcliffe, Ava Wheatley, Gaia Zeri, Allegra Macklin and their coxswain is Manon Castro. So in the B final of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quads, so we've got Redlands, Radford, Canberra Grammar, Barker College and Orana. And it is Radford with that lead at the moment ahead of Canberra Grammar in the middle of the course. Barker College and Orana, both those crews looking to make a move as well. Probably only the Redlands crew just off the pace a little bit at the moment. So Radford now into the red boys. It's 250 metres left to go. It's Radford leading Orana, Barker and Canberra Grammar battling it out. Canberra Grammar just with their bow balls out in front. But again, it's who can hold on to it the best through the final stages. As the fatigue starts to sink in, we do have just a little bit of a westerly coming across at the finish line as well. Nothing major for the rowers, particularly in a quad, but it does mean that it is just that little bit harder as things start to tighten up towards the end of the race. Radford College still with that lead. Orana sitting in second. Canberra Grammar and Barker College, both those crews looking to move up into second and potentially put Radford under a little bit of pressure. It's a boat length between first and second, so it does look like it's going to be the girls from Radford College who will go through and take the win in the B final of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Quad Sculls, the crew of Hugh, Ward, Half, Egan and Thayer. Second place will go to Canberra Grammar School. They had a lovely finish at the end there. Orana will come through in third and they'll finish half a boat length ahead of Barker College in fourth, and then back to Redlands crew in fifth. As we are now ready to go for the A final for the Schoolgirl Year 9 Quad Sculls, and this is for the Yarramundi College Principal Cup. So lane 2, Gippsland Grammar, Ashley Taylor, Jessie Daly, Jessica Durand, Emily Henderson, coxed by Victoria Adams and coached by Eleanor Needham. Lane 3 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Grace Ralston, Emily Lenfield, Lucy Dale, Audrey Blacker and their coxswain Memphis Lynham. In lane 4 from Canberra Grammar, Claire Gow, Lexi Fuchs, Marsha Bodie, Abigail Miller and coxswain Ada Duckworth, coached by Paloma Padovan. In lane 5 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Zoe Tran, Chloe Owen, Camilla Griffin, Layla Biddington and Lucia Wildman. Lane 6 from Darramarlin, Olivia Spirit, Kaylee Dysker, Ava Rathel, Zoe Glover and their coxswain Emmy Cook. And lane 7 from Canberra Grammar, we have Charlotte Prosser, Amelie Wurtzenauer, Sally Fitzgerald, Charlotte Morrells and Ruby Rosen is their cox. So going for the Yarramundi College Principal Cup to be presented at the conclusion of this regatta down at Western Park. Some big names to be presenting medals and trophies from both today's Head of the Lake and also yesterday's ACT Junior Championship Regatta. Our leading crew at the moment are the girls from Canberra Girls Grammar School. We know they do a good quad and they are motoring at the moment ahead of Darramarlin and Canberra Grammar, either side of them. Pushing out strong is the second Canberra Girls Grammar crew as well. They are a chance of making it a couple of girls grammar medals. The second crew will need to push a little bit harder though into the last 250 metres. Gippsland Grammar and Canberra Grammar 2, our two bookends on the course, just a little bit off the pace at the moment. So Canberra Girls Grammar with that lead in the middle of the course, and they're now extending it nicely. It is Darramarlin and Canberra Grammar battling it out for silver and bronze, with the second Canberra Girls Grammar crew looking like they want to get in and perhaps get one over Canberra Grammar School and take the bronze. Girls Grammar with that lead though, they're now down to about 100 metres or so left to go. The coxswains in all the boats are making sure that their rowers are not letting off anytime soon. The battle for silver and bronze is going to be fascinating. Darren Marlin now starting to push. Canberra Grammar, they're matching them. Who's going to be able to hold on for the silver medal in this? The Schoolgirl Year 9 coxed quad. The gold, I'll tell you where that's going. That's going to Canberra Girls Grammar School. Tran, Owen, Griffin, Biddington and Wildman take home the trophy. Who's got second? It's Canberra Grammar, just pushing ahead of Darren Marlin. It will be Canberra Grammar by a canvas over Darren Marlin in third place. Fourth place will go to the second Canberra Girls Grammar crew. That's in lane number 3. And then they'll finish ahead of the Gibson Grammar crew in lane number 2. And then back to the second Canberra Grammar crew in lane number 7. So a fantastic racing there, particularly between Darren Marlin and Canberra Grammar for the silver and bronze medals. Canberra Grammar just getting over the top of Darren Marlin over those final few strokes over the final 50 metres. So that was the last of our A finals for today. We do have a short break in the program, so our next race will be over the 1800 metres. We head in to the final racing of the weekend for the Schoolboy and Schoolgirl coxed quad sculls. So the next race will kick off at 1:18 p.m. So the first of our Schoolboy coxed quads has just started and is Division 3 of the Schoolboy coxed quad. Lane 3 from Cranbrook, we have James Tregarthen, Christian Ogg, Rupert Savage, Maximus Mason and Nicholas Wagner, and they're coached by Stephen Irons. Lane 4 from Redlands, we have Noah Jeston, Sebastian Saltz, Matthew McClellan, Sam Turton and their coxswain Jack Feller. Scratching the lane 5 and then Barker College in lane 6. We have Hudson Donovan, Tenzin O'Gorman, Thomas Leslie, Hugh Lucas, Ollie Downing is their cox, and they're coached by Sarah Ellis and Ryan Gibson. So we've got the 3 divisions for the Schoolboy coxed quad, and that is for the Radford College Principals Cup, and then the Schoolgirl coxed quads, also for the Radford College Principals Cup, 2 divisions in that one. So into the final stages now of the 2025 ACT Head of the Lake Regatta. Don't forget the presentations will be at Western Park. We do have a number of VIPs that are starting to make their way down to Western Park for our final few races of the day. So our leading crews in Division 3 of the Schoolboy coxed quads now coming up through the 500 metre buoy and approaching 250 metres left to go. It is Barker College with a nice lead at the moment ahead of Cranbrook and then back to Redlands in lane at number 4. So that's our 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. As this Barker College crew of Hudson Donovan, Tenzin O'Gorman, Thomas Leslie, Hugh Lucas and Ollie Dowling come up now towards the Red Boys. It's a nice clear water lead, probably about 20 metres or so
over the crew from Cranbrook: James Tregarthen, Christian Ogg, Rupert Savage, Maximus Mason and Nicholas Wagner. Redlands sitting in third: Noah Jeston, Sebastian Saltz, Matthew McLennan, Sam Turton and Jack Feller. And it's also worthwhile pointing out that for a lot of these rowers, this is about the fifth or sixth time that they've gone down the course over the last 2 days. So there'll be some very weary legs on the buses, on the trips back home, on the buses back up to Sydney and back down to Sale. But for this Barker College crew, I think winning may just make it a little bit easier for that drive back. They've led from the start, and with only a few big strokes left to go, it is going to be a win for Barker College in Division 3 of the Schoolboy Coxed Quads. They've taken the W. A few cheers from the crew as they finish ahead of Cranbrook, who in a couple of strokes' time will go through in second place. And then they'll finish ahead of the Redlands crew in lane number 4. Weather just starting to heat up now, so it is important. Make sure you get those liquids in before going out on the water. Division 2 of the Schoolboy Cox Quad is underway. In lane 1 from Marist College, we have Cheyenne Edibam, Ben Ward, Shezad Edibam, Hamish Ridd and Aidan McGurk. In lane 2 from Cranbrook, Hamish Allen, Lachlan Harwood, Raphael War, Henry Maison, Will Gloucester is their coxswain, and they're coached by Stephen Irons. Lane 3 from Cranbrook, Sol Stathis, Henry Dawson, Maxwell Scales, Toby Lane, Thomas Lurks is the cox, and they're coached by Adrian Henning. In lane 4 from Radford, Benjamin Beswick, Connor Kruger, Tom Wiseman, Hugo Ryan and Ben Scowcroft. In lane 5 from Marist College, Blake Auger, Oscar Spirit, Ethan Williamson Bell, Riley Elliott and Patrick Webber. Lane 6 from Redlands, Kieran Newman, Thomas Hooper, Toby Anderson, Oscar Pearce and Henry Priest. And lane 7 from Redlands, Thomas Whitney, Gus O'Sullivan, Zachary Bournes, James Foley and their coxswain Toby Priestley. And I'll tell you what, there's some cheers coming from Western Park because I'm at the finish and I can hear them from here and not just through the live stream. 7 crews in this Division 2 of the Schoolboy Coxed Quads, and each and every one of them with a whole range of people on the bank at Western Park cheering them home in what will be each of the rowers' last race for the regatta weekend. Bradford College in the middle of the course, being pushed by Cranbrook just off to their right, Marist to the left. Redlands too in lane number 6, also moving quite nicely as well. So it looks like we're in for a very even battle here. Division 2 of the Schoolboy Coxed Quads. Division 1 will be the next race down for the Radford College Principals Cup. And again, those presentations at Western Park at the conclusion of racing. So it's Cranbrook, Redlands and Radford, our leading 3 crews at the moment. They're coming up now into the Red Boys. It's 250 metres left to go. Redlands over on the far side of the course in lane number 6 have been able to move ahead and probably just sneak attack on Radford and Cranbrook, who are looking at each other trying to make their moves there. But Redlands this crew of Newman, Hooper, Anderson, Pearce and Priest have really started to move ahead over the last 250 metres or so, and now with about 150 metres left to go, they are out in front. Cranbrook and Radford in second and third places, but I couldn't tell you who's going to take the silver and who's going to take the bronze. All I know is that Redlands out in front, nice lead. Radford and Cranbrook battling it out, second and third. Marist in fourth, Cranbrook in fifth, cross to Redlands in sixth, and then Marist in seventh. Out in front, though, it's going to be a win for the crew from Redlands. Newman, Hooper, Anderson, Pearce and Priest take out Division 2 of the Schoolboy Cox quads. In the second and third, it is so close. We're going to wait on the photo on that one. Radford and Cranbrook neck and neck the entire way down the course, and we'll have to get the confirmation of the photo to see who got second, who got third. Maris got fourth, Cranbrook over in lane number 2, finishing in 5th place. Redlands in 6th, and then Maris in 7th place. What a fantastic finish there for second and third in the Schoolboy Coxed Quad Division 2. The Division 1 now is underway. It's for the Radford College Principals Cup. Lane 3, Redlands, Jack Meek, Henry Dobson, Connor Morrison, Angus McGuinness and Anushka Lee. In lane 4 from Cranbrook, Edward Hartwright, Edward Williams, Charles Mann, Luke Martin, Owen Moody, coached by Adrian Henning. Lane 5 from Marist, Garvin Hayes, Roland Carter, Mitchell Waddy, Harrison Brathwaite and Theodore Campton. Lane 6 from Darramarlin, Rory Arneman, James Barwell, Archie Edwards, Tristan Tierney and Zoe Glover. And then lane 7 from Radford, Lincoln Uren, Joshua Miller, Charlie Knight, Hamish Whittier and Moira Geraghty. So confirmation, it was a second for Cranbrook in Division 2 of the Schoolboy Coxed Quads, but I tell you what, it was probably only by about the width of a bow ball. So Redlands taking the win ahead of Cranbrook and then Radford College. So the Schoolboy Coxed Quads, it's Division 1, it's for the Radford College Principals Cup. Can Radford College take it back with them? At the moment it is Redlands, Cranbrook and Marist, our leading 3 crews. Radford look like they might just be a little bit behind, and then back to Darramarlin in 5th place. So our 3 crews across the front, and there's not a lot to separate all 3 of them, Redlands, Cranbrook and Marist. So Redlands in lane number 3, Cranbrook in between, next to them on their left, and then Marist in towards the middle of the course. It looks like Redlands just with their bow balls out in front at the moment. Cranbrook sitting in second, Marist in 3rd place. They'll need to push. There's a push coming from Radford, but with 250 metres left to go, they may just have left themselves a little bit too much to get through. The Division 2 boys, they're cheering on their classmates as they head in to the final stages here. It's Redlands leading Cranbrook. Marist College now, they're making their move. They've gone up into 2nd place. They've gone past Cranbrook. Are they going to be able to get past Redlands? It's 150 metres left to go. Redlands have led for a long time now. Marist is trying to put their push on. They've gotten ahead of Cranbrook. Radford are trying to catch up to Cranbrook as well, but again, they may just run out of space. It's Marist. They're catching with every stroke. They're getting closer and closer, but Redlands, they've got the best placement. They know what's going on. They're keeping it out at a boat length lead. And Division 1 of the Schoolboy Cox Quads will go to Redlands. They take the win, punch the water. Marist, second place, a crab right at the very end as they cross the line. And third going to Cranbrook. Fourth will go to the crew from Radford College, with fifth to Darren Marlin. So the winning crew, Jack Meek, Henry Dobson, Connor Morrison, Angus McGuinness and Anushka Lee, taking out the Radford College Principals Cup for Redlands. Moving on to Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Coxed Quads. It is our penultimate race of the day. In lane 1 from Redlands, we have Saskia Kay, Holly Davies, Isabella Solgard, Grace Ford and Zoe Trevina. In lane 2 from Radford, Olivia Seidel, Grace Dixon, Sophie Fremantle, Audrey Potter and William Huang. In lane 3 from Redlands, Francesca Richardson, Zoe Halliday, Isabella Crennan, Georgina Hurley and Lachlan McKay. In lane 4 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Audrey West, Emmanuel Hoskin, Mia Wiley, Maddie Beasley and their coxswain Heidi Bell. In lane 5 from Radford College, Gigi Hickey, Hannah Koch, Lily Soderblom, Kate Collier and Jackson Thew. In lane 6 from Canberra Girls Grammar, we have Chloe Ryan, Hannah Watch, London Bartlett, Rebecca Elisha and coxswain Elizabeth Tarver. And then in lane 7 from Redlands, Lillian Forsyth, Eva Simpson, Ava Ford, Liv Goodland and Aurora Crennan. So in our penultimate race of the weekend, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl coxed quad. So we've got a full fleet of entries in this one and then a full 7 to finish off the regatta before heading to Western Park for the presentation of trophies from the weekend's worth of rowing. Out in front, it is the girls from Canberra Girls Grammar and Radford College who are battling it out to try and come away with this Division 2 title. In behind them, we've got Radford College 3 in lane number 2, sitting in 3rd place. And then fairly well spread out, we've got Redlands over in lane number 7. We've got a second Canberra Girls Grammar crew in lane number 6, Redlands in lane 3, and Redlands in lane number 1. So it's Radford versus Canberra Girls Grammar School out in front. It's Radford with their bow ball out in front. They've probably got a boat length now over the Canberra Girls Grammar crew. What have they got to try and respond? You can see Radford every stroke putting in the power, trying to keep that gap at a boat length. They can see the Canberra Girls Grammar crews. What they can't see is the finish line. The coxswain can, and she'll be telling them to keep it going. They're into the final few strokes now. It's closing up a little bit between the two, but it will be a win for Radford College in Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Cox Quads over Canberra Girls Grammar. So that's Gigi Hickey, Hannah Koch, Lily Soderblom, Kate Collier and Jackson Thew, finishing ahead of Audrey West, Emmanuel Hoskin, Mia Wiley, Maddie Beasley and Heidi Bell. Coming through in 3rd place, it will be a 1 and 3 for Radford. So the crew in lane number 2 finishing in 3rd place. 4th place will go to the Redlands crew in lane number 7. And then back a little bit further, we've got a Canberra Girls Grammar crew in lane number 6. So they're looking at finishing in 5th place ahead of the Redlands 3 crew in lane 3 in 6th, and then the Redlands 5 crew in lane number 1. So we are now underway, our final race of the day, and it is the Schoolgirl Coxed Quads, Division 1 for the Radford College Principals Cup. In lane number 1, from Redlands, Lily Weinberg, Catherine Budden, Sonia Pollock, Isabel Campbell and Lillian Chen. In lane 2, from Barker College, Pihi Zhu, Lucy Watkins, Taylor Grayson, Meg Anderson, Lucia Stamoli, and they're coached by Sarah Ellis, Paige Critchlow and Alexandra Wenyon. Lane 3 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Sophie Frost, Emily Walker, Charlotte Bowen, Isabel King and Eliza Miller. In lane 4 from Radford College, Isabel Egan, Freya Teschendorf, Lucy Mihailovich, Emily Brennan and Charles Kendall. Lane 5 from Redlands, Kira Attard, Jemima Hugman, Alana Winder, Annabelle Huang and Carolina Pedro Anazio is their coxswain. Lane 6 from Canberra Grammar, Charlotte Lee, Nicole McLean, Addison Perry, Madison Harris Talbot and coxswain Ada Duckworth. Then lane 7 from Darra Marlin, we have Georgia Riley, Francesca Quigley, Scarlett Mansfield, Ronya Starker Ashby and their coxswain Kaylee Deisker. as we're coming in towards the finish of our last race of the weekend. Presentations to follow down at Western Park afterwards. But it looks as though we're in for an interesting race. We've seen Canberra Girls Grammar dominate the Schoolgirl Cox Quads. They won gold at the New South Wales Rowing Championships at the start of February. They'll be looking for gold at the Australian Rowing Championships coming up in late March, later this month. But for the early stages here, they did look like they were being led by the crew from Radford College. Now that crew includes Isabel Egan, who won her own gold at the New South Wales state titles, and the women's PR3 single sculls, her first para race, and absolutely blitzed it for a very strong win there. What we do know about this Canberra Girls Grammar Quad though is that they do not panic. They were being led by Northern Beaches Secondary in New South Wales Championships before rowing through them over the second 1,000 metres, and that does look to be the case here. They are now out in front as they're coming up now into the Red Boys. Radford are not letting them go. They are going to make this Girls Grammar crew work for that trophy. Sitting in third place, we've got Redlands 1 over in lane number 5, and then they're just a bit ahead of our remaining crew. So we've got Redlands 2 in lane number 1, Barker College, as well as Canberra Grammar and Yarramundi out towards the back of the field. But the push over this second 1,000 metres has been fantastic from the Canberra Girls Grammar crew. They've got themselves a bit over a boat length of a lead now over Radford, and just starting to pull away with every stroke as they come into the final 100 metres or so. Canberra Girls Grammar leading out Radford. Redlands sitting in third, Redlands in fourth, and then back to Barker College, Yarramundi and Canberra Grammar School. Radford have been pushing Canberra Girls Grammar the entire way. They've kept it with an overlap. They've kept it nice and close, but the winners for 2025 will be Canberra Girls Grammar, the crew of Sophie Frost, Emily Walker, Charlotte Bowen, Isabel King and Eliza Miller, finishing a boat length ahead of Radford College's Isabel Egan, Freya Teschendorf, Lucy Mihailovic, Emily Brennan and Charles Kendall. Coming through with the bronze will be Redlands, the crew of Attard, Hugman, Winder, Huang and Pedro Inazio. They'll take a bronze medal home with them. Fourth place will go to the second Redlands crew over in lane number 1. And then for 5th, 6th and 7th, we've got Yarramundi leading out Barker College and Canberra Grammar School. Yarramundi coming up towards the finish line now. They've got themselves about 2 or 3 big strokes left to go, and they will finish up in 5th place in the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Sculls. Barker College, they've only got a few left to go. They'll finish in 6th, with the Canberra Grammar crew finishing in 7th place. That concludes the racing portion of the regatta weekend. Head on over to Western Park if you're not already there, and in a few minutes' time we will start the presentation of trophies.
Also extend that respect to the Indigenous and Torres Strait Islander people who are joining us today. I'd also like to acknowledge, if I can just get a wee bit of quiet, if I may. I'd also like to acknowledge there are a number of VIPs who are joining us for the presentations today, and I would like to start with Her Excellency, the Governor General of Australia, Ms. Samantha Mostyn, and her husband, Simeon Becker. From Yarramundi College, and also Canberra Girls Grammar School Principal Terry Jones, and Chris Bradley from Bradley College. We also have a number of other VIPs here with us today. We have the patron of growing ACT, Ms. Kim Brennan, who's going to be presenting gold medalist from the Rio Olympics. But before we get too much further, I'd like to invite the President of Rowing ACT, Mr. Ken Peters, to say a few words. Look, I'd just like to say a huge thank you to all of you. This would not be possible if it weren't for the brothers, the schools and clubs that are involved, more importantly, parents. As an ex-growing parent myself, I know the pleasure of those early morning starts. They never seem to end, and I won't tell a lie and say they do. But look, particularly on behalf of Growing ACT, we just want to extend our thanks to our local clubs and schools who support us so solidly throughout the season, but more so to those schools that have made the effort to come the best kept secret in Australia. And in particular, Gibson Grammar, you're almost locals. Thank you for being to almost every regatta this season. We appreciate the effort to come. To our friends at Redlands, Barker, thank you, Cranbrook. Thank you for coming. We appreciate that it's a lot of effort to come, but we know when you come, you realise why. Where else in Australia can you witness the race? Today, it involves with excellency. We was shown on the result sheet as the unknown athlete. But wasn't that something special? We turned on the weather, so let's have a round of applause for the referee. We also thank you for your continuing to support our ACT and the roles of our patrons. We appreciate that we often may disturb in the mornings, but you're always welcome, and I did notice that your aid is a very handy profile. I have increased my requirement. Your Excellency, we have a little token of appreciation. All I've got left to say is enjoy the rest of this beautiful weather. I do hope you've got to go and enjoy some of what Canberra has on offer. We do try and make sure that the Mighty festivals and things like that are on for here. But other than that, we look forward to seeing you back next year. You're welcome here any time. So So thank you again. We're just going to get the boat captains who participated in the exhibition race and also any
Boat captains from all schools.
boat captains from all schools. If you can head up where Sarah Darren is, you can energise the button and get some photos with Her Excellency. And while we're doing that, I'd like to invite Chris O'Brien from the Australia International up to the podium. We're going to present medals for the single sculls today. So, boat captains over to my right, your left, and Chris O'Brien is going to present winners of the Schoolboy Year 8, Schoolboy and Schoolgirl Year 8, 9 and 10 single scull events. So we have the Schoolboys single scull representing Redlands, Emilio Dressler. Of the Year 8 Schoolgirl single scull event for 2025, representing Gippsland Grammar School, Poppy and Kobiak. The winner of the Schoolboy Year 9 Single Sculls for 2025, representing Marist College, Michelle Spiller. And the winner of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Sculls, representing Bradford College, Sarah Thompson. In the Year 10 events, the winner of the Schoolboy Year 10 Single Sculls, representing Yarramundi College, Patrick Curran. And in the Year 10 Schoolgirls event, the winner, representing Redlands, Eva Simpson.
Oh, you can't see that.
We'd now like to invite Dr. Justin Garrick, Principal of Canberra Grammar School, to present the Schoolboy and the Schoolgirl Single Scull. And the winner of the Schoolboy Single Scull for 2025, representing Marist College, Harrison Bradley.
Such a Imagine just being waiting.
And the winner of the Schoolgirl single scull for 20 and 25, representing Canberra Girls Grammar School, Isabel King. We'd now like to invite the ACT's most successful female sculler, Cara Krasnoviak, to present the Revelia Trophy for the women's under-19 single sculls. They're all being very gentle with it. The winner for 2025, representing the Australian National University, Talia Turnbull. Now, to present the men's under-19 single scull trophy, I would like to invite Graham Fletcher, the father of Olympic bronze medalist Luke Fletcher, to present the trophy. And the winner of the Tarcoola Trophy for 2025, representing Marist College, Harrison Brathwaite.
That's not his fault. Maybe just like 2 or 3. Oh my god, that's just everything. Make sure you like the bike.
Would now like to ask growing ACT patron and Olympic gold medalist Kim Brennan to present the men's and women's under-19 double sculls. And the winners of the women's under-19 championship double sculls, representing Radcliffe College, Emily Brennan and Lucy Mihailovich. Now Kim will present the Porra Cup for the men's under-19 championship double scull. And our winning crew for 2025, representing Marist College, Garvin Hayes, Harrison Brathwaite.
Yeah, this was our time.
Now I'd like to invite Dr. Justin Garrick up again to present the trophy for the Schoolgirl Year 8
spot for CGS place. And our winners, the 2025 Canberra Grammar School. Isabel Jardine, Danica Dixon, Sassy O'Brien, and their coxswain, Ariane Stoya.
You know what? I think we need to bring it back. Like, the thing in the Baroque period, the first thing is everything. Oh my god.
Now I'd like to invite the principal of Marist College, Mr. Matthew Hutchinson, to present the Schoolboy Year 8 Quality Smells Trophy.
Is it close enough? We saw you guys had
And the winners for 2025, representing Canberra Grammar School, Liam Marburg, Chris Ward, Vin Ragia, Jamie Brackage, and Hina Tamalapali.
I was in the shop. We went into it, and then we went to another one, and then we were
Like we were, all the bells were managed to
my bad. I actually think we mine doesn't apply.
I'd like to invite Yarramundi College Principal Rachel Francis Lavis to present the trophy for the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quads.
No, I should have gone to that.
It's fine. She was thinking.
And our winners for 2025, representing Canberra Girls Grammar School, Zoe Tran, Chloe Owen, Millie Ribbon, Layla Bennington, and Lucia Wildman.
I'm roasted.
It started like maybe we just call it really kind of, you know, like what is really stuff. Just like do a shuffle around. Almost like that.
I feel like we don't even know. Can we just skip the photo?
Now I'd like to invite the Marist College Principal, Mr. Matthew Hutchinson, up again to present the Marist College Principal's Cup for the Schoolboy Year 9 Quad Sculls. Very happy coincidence. The Marist College Principal will present the Marist College Principal's Cup to Marist College.
Is there anything wrong with that?
Is there a conflict of interest there?
Which one's the cops?
Is that crew that got left?
I don't want to say crazy, I'm sure it's on there.
The guy is not 55 kilos. That crew just might run.
What's it there? Oh, that's year 9. So year 9.
Really, really.
Now I'd like to invite Mr. James Petering, the head of rowing at Redlands School, to present the Redlands Principal's Cup for the Schoolgirl Year 10 Quad Sculls.
Surely
Schoolgirls Grammar School, Fleur Baseby, Meg Story, Lucy Kudaris, Grace Disney, and their coxed
That's what I feel like now. They are. No, we were saying. I thought it was the first one.
My arms are really bad now.
We'd like to re-invite Principal of Maris College, Mr. Principal's Cup, Schoolboy, on board sculls. This is the last one.
Oh yeah.
And our winning group is Squad U10 25, representing Bradford College, Kieran Brennan, Charlie Viber, William Fraser, Alexander Salby, and William Clark.
This times 20 at least, I think. Well, it depends what sport you play. So I've been possible. And because it rains all the time, that's more fun.
I'd like to invite Rowing ACT President Ken Peters to present the Donahue for the Schoolgirls on Oxford. And our winners for 2025 representing Canberra Grammar School, Nellie Byron, Sophia Smith, Stella Robertson, Hannah Griffiths, and Sophia Matt.
Now this guy has
I need to sit down.
Justin Garrick presents the Schoolboy CGS Rowing Association. And the winners of CGS Rowing Association Cup 2025, representing Canberra Grammar School, Ethan Murphy, Benjamin McGregor, Cameron Schmidt, Alexander Griffiths, and their coxswain, Timothy Robson.
I said, I'm not here.
You learn about like,
It does look a bit like that.
I can like go into Carolina.
No, you're kind of like the golf.
Yeah, you don't run your day.
And to present the medals for the women's under-17 eights, Rowing ACT President, Mr. Ken Peters. Our winning crew in the under-17 eights, Canberra Girls Grammar School. winning crew on third race B, Chloe Owen, Olivia McBride, Millie Griffin, Beck Story, Lucy Mordaris, Grace Disney, Sophie Murphy, and Isabella Gold.
I'm liking the romantic side. There are a few small ones though. I am liking it's going to be because is that the same this one's saying
Presentation of the gold medals for the men's under 17 A's and our winning crew, Canberra Grammar School. Crew of James Moss, Arthur Cox, Fergus Whiteside, William Weir, James Wilson, Harry English, Sophia Moss, Archie Doherty, and Coxon, River Alcohol.
yeah, it's kind of unfair. I think give us a week and we can go and watch these guys. Yeah, I see. Oh, that big trophy. Our first two crews together. Oh, my quantity is still too bad. I can't go perpendicular. What the? I am.
We'd like to invite the head of pathways for Rowing Australia, Jason Lane, to present the medal and trophies for the women's under 19 championship eights. Red Walsh Cup.
What about that massive charge one? This is the under 19.
And the winning crew in the women's under 19 championship eight, Canberra Grammar School. Ella Bannon, Nellie Byron, Sophia Smith, Stella Robertson, Hannah Griffiths, Adair Coxon, and Sophia Mann.
Oh, wow.
It's only next year.
It was like 25.
I feel like next season we could like relatively close to like 6
Not just that.
One of the restart was so good. We started in the our oars were in the fastest. They were in the far they were in like far we were in lane 3. I don't know why they lost one started. We were in lane 6 and we were our oars were in the fastest.
Give me a hand.
Like after the shit start, after the boys, we were
Go so ready. Shit. I can't actually finish. Yeah, but like, that's what I was doing with fun. Right now. It's quite competitive. Look to the one left of the trophy. Randomly trophy for us. It's nice. It's small. You can always break your records.
Jason Lane presents the winning medals and the trophy for the men's under 19 Quatter Laro Bowl, men's under 19 8, and our winning crew representing Canberra Grammar School, Lucas McLean, Marcus Stramopoulos, Nicholas Vanderbilt, Magnus Stapka, Ethan Murphy, Benjamin McGregor, Alexander Griffiths, and Coxon.
The dragon training arena. Yeah. So like Toothless breaks into it for the place. Yeah.
Which smoke the shit?
Oh, guys, it's Schmidt. Single one foot. Looks like yeah, fake angle. Actually, he's got your old over here as well. You should roll him.
You only have those.
Yeah, I think, you know.
Either one would be
Crash out of falling.
How did you jump in? Practical too. Me personally,
I'm annoyed with him. At least by the point that's pointing up the side trying to get him.
Are you still going?
I think she does.
I actually swear. It's so fast that I never seen it. It was in the dark. I felt them. I just had them. Yeah, as soon as I saw them enter,
So I'm not going to tell me about that.
they weren't there.
I'd like to invite Principal of the Canberra Girls Grammar School, Joe Jones, to present the Canberra Girls Grammar School Cup for the Schoolgirl Ace.
Alright, we're going to do the Schoolboy section.
So the Canberra Girls Grammar School Cup for the Schoolgirl Ace goes to the Canberra Girls Grammar School. Daniel Hoskin, Mia Wiley, Sophie Murphy, Sophie Cross, Charles Bowen, Isabel Keane, and then coxed, Eliza Miller.
Yeah, because then it goes to Schoolboy Ace.
Schoolboy Ace is sculls.
Oh, actually not yet. Yeah,
It's not you just don't get a cup. You don't get a cup. It's only two. Because that's like the A point. Yeah, it does. What's your question? I don't know. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Single hand.
Oh, yeah. No, I've got the better one. No, I've got the better one.
I like you need some big songs.
Then Leander socks. 7 on 6. Leander
We will now get Rowing ACT President Anthony to present the Fraser Cup to the Schoolboy Ace. And the winners for 2025, representing Canberra Grammar School, Thomas Orofson, Archie Bagg, Thomas Perry, Maxwell Chesworth, Bryce Ellis, Oliver Tracy, Byron Ellis, Alison Drinkwater, and then Robson,
How do you get on top? I just want to eat. These are
To present the Radford College Principal's Cup, I would like to invite Chris Bradbury, the principal of Radford College. Schoolgirl, sculls. It was a great race, a great way to finish the racing here at the 2025 Medal Play. The winners were Canberra Girls Grammar School. Sophie Cross, Emily Walker, Charlotte Bowen, Isabel King, and Eliza Miller.
Come on, bro. I can't aim. We're not getting it.
I would now like to invite the Head of Pathways for Rowing Australia, Mr. Jason Lane, to present present
I'm glad
the
you're right.
Mason Family Cup for the Schoolboy
Look at that.
coxed quads.
I'm actually budding.
And our winners for 2025, Redlands. The winning crew of Cockney, Henry Dobson, Connor Morrison, Angus McInnes, and their coxswain, Anush Gully.
I do. Only 10 seconds off. Yeah, he's getting my bones When I was skipping class, they were together his wrist.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Her Excellency, the Governor General of Australia, Samantha Mostyn, to present both the Schoolboy and the Schoolgirl point score trophies for the ACT Head of the Lake Regatta 2025. So we're going to present the Schoolboy trophy first. So in the Schoolboy Championships for the Head of the Lake for 2025, in third place, Canberra Grammar School. In second place, Marist College. And our 2025 champions, Cranbrook.
One dude. It's like a gay thing. That's right. Hasn't got much of a bag. Oh, that's good. We have to give it back.
Now, congratulations to Cranbrook taking the point score trophy home for the third year in a row. And now for the Schoolgirl point score trophy. The ACT Head of the Lake 2025. In third place, Redlands. In second place, Canberra Grammar School. And our champions for 2025, Canberra Girls Grammar School.
It's a coxed. You have to have trillion people.
Also, CGS won like all the 8s. We got the only 8s.
Excellent. Can I just have another large round of applause for all those who've had medals and trophies this afternoon? Well, just a final thank you to you all. This brings to a close the 2025 Head of the Lake and the ACT Junior Champs. Put the date in your diaries for next year. Be back, bring your friends, let's make it an even bigger weekend. So on behalf of all of Rowing ACT, a huge thank you to all involved. I want to particularly thank the staff, Sarah and Riley, for literally hundreds of hours of work. Can we have a round of applause for Sarah and Riley? All of my fellow umpires, thank you. Girls, thank you.
Bloke in the middle, actually.
Girls, thank you. See you next year.
Guys, give it to me and I'll